Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our special council meeting, April 4, 2022. At this moment, I'd like to a moment of silence before we begin tonight's meeting. Let us take a moment to acknowledge the challenges we have overcome these last 2 years. I want to express my sincere gratitude to our frontline workers who have and continue to deliver the vital services that our township relies upon. In Wilmot, our community came together like never before, finding creative ways to stay connected and celebrate life's important moments. We face challenges, but we work together with kindness, respect, open-mindedness, and for that, we are stronger for it. As we enter a new season and a new phase of the pandemic, there is so much to look forward to. I am most excited about the return of many local events and hopeful over the next few months, we will finally be able to come together and celebrate the things that make Wilmot so a cohesive, vibrant, and welcoming countryside community. And now ask Councillor Fenning to read the territorial acknowledgement, please.
We have gathered in Wilmot Township on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Mississauga peoples. We also want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement made between Indigenous nations before Europeans arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other and Mother Earth. We should take only what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant with the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples, we are reminded of our important connection to this land where we live, learn, and work together as a community.
Thank you. Have an adoption of the agenda. I ask that the clerk read the recommendation for the agenda.
That the agenda as presented for Monday, April 4th, 2022 be adopted.
And that is moved by Councillor Fenning, Councillor Fisher. No comments or questions? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? And we do have one. Councillor Gorgic has declared a conflict with regards to this matter. As such, she is not attending this at this meeting. And I see no other. Okay, before we begin consideration for this matter, I would like to call on the CEO, Ms. Chambers, who would like to say a few words.
Good evening. Tonight, Council will be hearing delegations and will ultimately be asked to vote on the Jackson Harvest Farms Limited zone change application for their property on Whitmer Road, commonly known as Hallman Pit. Tonight's decision is 2 years in the making. Since the application was submitted in December 2019, Township staff have followed the application process and taken time to thoroughly review the merits of the application. Our work includes a detailed review of technical reports, an extensive peer review process, and listening to and reviewing community feedback. The staff report was released to the public 2 months ago and has inspired significant community response. We know that people are passionate about the future of the Hallman Pit. The more than 50 delegations expected tonight make that clear. We welcome and appreciate community input on this important issue, and we thank you for taking the time to join us tonight. We anticipate that many of the delegations will touch on similar themes and concerns. Our goal is to hear from everyone, so I'm asking delegates to please be mindful of the time allotted to each presentation and to focus on your key points, concerns, or comments that have not yet been raised. If someone else has shared your point of view already, we ask that you simply tell us if you support or do not support the application, and we will record your opinion. Similarly, I would ask members of council to limit commentary between delegations to questions of clarification only, with debate occurring only after all delegations have been heard. In this way, we can ensure that everyone has a chance to speak. I know that Council is appreciative of the effort put forward by the delegates. However, in order to maintain the flow of the meeting, it would be best to reserve thanking delegations until the end of the meeting. As previously noted, the staff report and related materials were made available to both Council and the public for the last 2 months, and during that time, staff has been available to respond to questions. The focus for tonight's meeting will be to provide a final opportunity for Council to hear from the community before rendering a decision on the proposed zoning amendment. Among the materials provided are a number of technical reports and third-party peer reviews undertaken by the applicant, the Region of Waterloo, the Township of Wilmot, and Citizens for Safe Groundwater. In some cases, these reports present opposing viewpoints. Council has the challenging task ahead to render a decision that will consider the technical merits of the application while balancing your obligations under existing legislation with your role to represent and consider the views of citizens. Council's decision to approve or not approve the application can be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal, or OLT, and decisions made by the OLT are final. Finally, I would like to address some procedural matters before we go ahead with the meeting. In accordance with our procedural bylaw, the applicant will have 10 minutes to present, while each delegation will have up to 7 minutes to present. Staff will also be taking time to present the staff report. At this time, it's anticipated that many delegations will not require the full 7 minutes. However, it is very likely that the presentations will not be completed with sufficient time remaining for Council to debate the matter before the 11 p.m. curfew as set out in the procedural bylaw. In anticipation of this, staff are proposing that we pause at approximately 10:50 p.m. to assess how many delegations are remaining. If there are still a significant number of delegations at that time, Council may pass a resolution to defer the remaining delegations to the April 11th regular meeting of Council. For clarity, only those delegations who were registered to speak on the matter by the April 4th deadline but did not get the opportunity to address Council will be permitted to speak to the matter on April 11th. Further, the applicant would be asked to attend on April 11th to respond to technical questions that Council may have respecting the zone change application during their deliberations. Alternatively, if there are only a few delegations remaining at 10:50 p.m., Council can consider passing a motion to suspend the rules of procedure to allow Council to proceed past the 11 p.m. curfew to finish up and debate the matter. Council should keep in mind that debate could take a substantial amount of time, and extending the meeting into the morning hours will limit the public's opportunity to view the debate, thereby decreasing the transparency of the decision-making process. On behalf of staff, I'd like to say that we look forward to listening to tonight's delegations and are prepared to move forward on next steps based on Council's decision tonight. Thank you, and with that, I will turn the meeting back to Mayor Armstrong.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. And now we'll have the Development Services present their report. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. Keep my comments fairly brief, given the number of delegations and the substantial introduction that Ms. Chambers provided. Ultimately, the report before you is the culmination of 2 years of detailed review and public consultation. The report goes through in detail, providing responses to official plan conformity, as well as the technical reports that were provided in support of the application. The report provides the outcome from peer reviews and also comments on the nature of comments received through the public input process, and how the peer reviewers also took those comments into consideration in providing their ultimately clearances. Ultimate clearances that were provided in support of the application. Ultimately, the report outlines in detail the primary public concerns. It outlines conformity with the provincial, regional, and township requirements set out in the provincial policy statement the Regional Waterloo Official Plan and Township Official Plan, and then goes through the concerns that were raised through the detailed public consultation process and how those concerns were addressed. I'll leave my comments at that. If there are comments or questions, staff are certainly here to respond to those throughout the evening.
Okay, thank you. Before commencing with hearing from delegations, I'd like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. Delegations will be allotted 7 minutes to speak. We also ask that you leave the meeting once your issue has been addressed. You are then welcome to watch the remainder of the meeting being webcast live via YouTube. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in an immediate muting and removal from the meeting. Interrupting counselors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about counselors, staff, or others, hate speech, or defamatory comments. Now, I will now call upon the delegations. First delegation from the applicant, Mr. David Sisko and Mr. Rick Aspinall. Welcome, David.
Welcome.
You have 10 minutes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Armstrong and members of council. My name is David Sisko, and I'm a senior planner with the IBI Group based out of our Waterloo office and represent Jackson Harvest Farms Limited in their application to rezone their Whitmer Road property from agricultural to extractive industrial, and specifically referred to as the Holman Pit. With me tonight is Mr. Rick Aspinall. So initially, I'd just like to confirm that we have reviewed the staff planning report prepared by your professional township planning staff, and we concur with the report findings and all the recommendations that they have made. Secondly, I'd like to touch on the process, that being the planning process which Mr. Aspinall has been participating in. When Jackson Harvest Farms first met with township staff 3.5 years ago as part of their pre-submission consultation, and then made their application 2.5 years ago, it was based on your rezoning rules. And when I refer to your rules, I'm also referring to the larger context in terms of thresholds, standards, and policies established by the province, the region, and yourself, Wilmot Township. And because the only planning approval being sought is from this council, it is therefore your township planner's responsibility and you as council to ensure that all those established standards are satisfied. At no time prior to or during this process did Jackson Harvest Farms ever request that these guidelines or regulations be reduced or modified to accommodate their application. From the onset, Mr. Aspinall understood your rules and then entered your rezoning process knowing exactly what the province, the region, and the township was expecting of him. That is how fairness and public transparency are preserved. I won't be spending time tonight on the actual approvals that Mr. Aspinall has secured, as they are all clearly articulated in your staff report. And because you already know that every study submitted by the applicant has been reviewed, has been peer reviewed, and all have been shown to meet each and every applicable provincial and regional standard in our guideline. And this also includes confirmation of conformity with Regional Official Plan Policy 9C4 to specifically address cumulative impacts. This review examined all land use impacts, assuming all of the long-standing pit licenses south of Whitmer Road were to suddenly and simultaneously all become 100% active during the life of the Holman Pit. And based on this assumption, each discipline was once again individually peer-reviewed and accepted by the region. In summary, Mr. Aspinall has fulfilled every required rezoning requirement, including cumulative impacts. Furthermore, throughout this 2.5-year process, some neighbors have been very active in advocating for more detailed reviews and peer reviews. In the end, The additional information which the neighbors asked for ended up providing more on-site drilling, which provided reconfirmation of the aquitard thickness, changes to the site plan notes for additional monitoring, more detailed progressive rehabilitation notes, additional noise safeguards, limits on calcium chloride for dust mitigation, and a requirement to raise the pit floor if groundwater levels naturally rise. So it is our conclusion that the public involvement did have a positive impact on creating better site plans. So we might say that we've checked off all your technical boxes, and this application should be good to proceed to approval. And this is supported by both the regional staff and your recommendations by your township planning staff. However, as you're quite aware, there are still local residents, and in fact, some residents from Kitchener, Guelph, and Toronto who continue to raise concerns. And as such, should the planning process be more than just ticking off boxes? So several factors for you to consider. Firstly, the provincial standards that are used for such applications are intended to address not a low production day or when extraction is far from a sensitive receiver, but rather every possible worst case scenario of the specific application. And these guidelines must be applied equally throughout the province so that everyone is treated to the same high level of protection. Secondly, all of the input that the residents have submitted during this process has been considered as part of both the regional and township review, including the residents' internal peer review reports. But regardless, over the past couple of years, the concerned and active neighbors have made 39 delegations to your council meetings, encouraging you to guarantee no technical detail is overlooked. They also made presentations to the Provincial Standing Committee regarding changes to the Ag Resources Act. They've attended regional council meetings, written letters to the editor, to numerous newspapers, provided a pipeline of information to the local press, been outspoken on radio talk shows, operated a Facebook page, all to raise escalating concerns about the process, the unfairness of the thresholds, and potential impacts. Quite simply, they have kept asking you to create new and special rules and more stringent guidelines just for this application. Higher thresholds with which no other similar pit in the province is being assessed under. Examples: the pit shouldn't be allowed to extract on prime agricultural land. Well, the PPS allows this. The pit shouldn't be approved because of existing pits south of Whitmer Road. Well, the PPS allows this. The pit won't be rehabilitated back to an agricultural use. Well, the province has very high standards for progressive and final rehabilitation regarding agricultural land, and this pit will be required to meet every one of them. The pit shouldn't be allowed to extract within a wellhead protection zone. Well, not only does the regional official plan allow for this, there are several existing pits right here in Wilmot where such extraction happens daily without any negative implications. In summary, this group have repeatedly asked you to retreat the PPS and other provincial and regional thresholds like a cafeteria menu, insomuch that you should only support the policies that suit their views and rejecting those that don't. They're asking that you put your thumb on the scale and to create an unlevel playing field, and quite simply asking you to ignore provincial and regional and township rules which were established prior to the beginning of this rezoning process. It would appear that their objective is for regulatory thresholds to be just a bit higher and regulations just a bit more onerous or restrictive. How high? Well, to some unspecified limit that is just high enough that the applicant can't meet their tests. As you're aware, it is not within your mandate to change or pick and choose which provincial policies fit different development applications that come before you. And one of the foundations of planning in Ontario is known as the clergy principle, which assures the applicant that the policies in place at the time of making the application are the ones that they are to be tested on. So in closing, I can advise you that during the past 2.5 years, Mr. Esbaugh has responded to every agency request for additional information or to clarify some aspect of the application. The result being that the application before you meets each and every stringent land use planning guideline. Conversely, the objectors have been consistent that no level of technical documentation will satisfy them. So if you're concerned that the neighbors' voices still need to be heard, the Ontario Land Tribunal is available as their venue. But here tonight, regarding the application before you, you can be assured that you've done your due diligence to ensure that every provincial, regional, and township thresholds have been achieved. In closing, I ask that you accept the recommendation from your own professional planning staff is found in report DS 2022-003. Thank you, and both myself and Rick Esba are available to respond to any questions the council may have.
Thank you, David. And I see no questions at this time. So next delegation is Samantha Lernout.
Good evening. I have a slideshow, I think.
Yeah. Welcome, Samantha.
Hello. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Armstrong, Council. My name is Samantha Lernout, and I'm here tonight representing Citizens for Safe Groundwater. We formed in response to the proposed Holman Pit in spring of 2019, and over the last 2 years have worked hard to learn as much as we can about the aggregate licensing process, hydrogeology, agriculture, air quality, noise engineering, planning, natural environment, and community well-being. Residents have rallied through hard, unprecedented times to raise awareness and fight to make sure that this proposal will not destroy our community. The Holman Pit proposal received almost 400 letters of objection, and in response to the applicant's letter to respond to said objections, all residents responded to this letter with their reinstated objection. In fact, more people have come forward with questions and concerns with this proposal. And here we are today. Expert concerns are left unaddressed, and a community firmly against the proposed, and there is a community firmly against the proposed zone change. We are grateful for this opportunity to address council tonight regarding the proposed Holman Pit. Next slide, please. So just to start with a couple definitions of words that might be used tonight, compatible land use. Simply put, when land uses coexist without creating adverse effects on one another. Next slide, please. Sensitive land use. Essentially, any area that could experience one or more adverse effects from contaminant discharges generated by a nearby facility. Places where people sleep, such as homes and trailer parks, campgrounds, are considered sensitive 24 hours a day. Schools, churches, daycares, some agricultural operations, and so on. Next slide, please. Adverse effects are defined in the PPS to mean impairment of the quality of the natural environment, injury or damage to the property or plant or animal life, harm or material discomfort to any person, an adverse effect on the health of any person, impairment on the safety of any person, rendering any property or plant or animal life unfit for human use, loss of enjoyment of normal use of property, and interference with normal conduct of business. Next slide, please. Sorry, my phone is ringing. Sorry about that. The proposed Holman Pit is just south of the pink triangles that you see there. With the rings, within the rings, there are numerous sensitive land uses, including over 70 homes within the 1 kilometer radius. There's a church, schools, there are 2 schools, residents, golf course, cattlelands, and so on. Council, I ask, are you familiar with the sensitive land uses within these rings? Council, are you satisfied that the proposed land use is compatible with existing land use and will not result in any adverse effects? Next slide, please. The proposed Holman Pit has a complex and multifaceted list of issues. Expert reports with significant issues identified are left outstanding by the applicant and the township staff report. How can you be satisfied that there will be no negative adverse impacts to so many sensitive land uses within these, with these expert reports not satisfied? Next slide, please. You've heard from professional acoustic engineer John Coulter, who I've been told wrote the book on noise policy for the Ministry of Environment. According to Mr. Coulter, his concerns have not been addressed to date in a recent email in response to the township report. You will hear from Ortec regarding what was missed in the applicant's report and how air quality impacts could exceed policy thresholds, putting public health at risk. With the hamlet of Shingletown so close, these risks are serious and could be life-threatening. We must be assured that there will be no significant adverse effects to existing sensitive land uses. Next slide, please. You also heard from Russell Brownlee, who completed a full transportation impact study, including a site visit. Mr. Brownlee has conducted rail crossing safety reviews in Wilmot and is also known regionally for his work with the Region's Insurance Pool. He also reported in a recent email that his concerns are still outstanding and have not been addressed by the staff report. With the current local agricultural and recreational use of this township road, how can we be assured that the safety of this existing land use will not experience adverse effects from the proposed zone change? Next slide, please. You've also seen this. Mr. Hoffman's review leaves questions unanswered. This is according to the PPS. This is a requirement under the PPS that the land be returned to farmland. Is this interim land use or is this loss of prime farmland? Next slide, please. At present, no indication of acceptance has been provided, and Will Fruland, Emil Friend, and Michael Friend's outstanding concerns and recommendations are also left unaddressed. These are experts with 100+ years of experience combined, including working on the Walkerton debacle and starting the groundwater department at University of Waterloo. Next slide, please. You've also seen this map. The blue dots are wells. The cumulative impacts of adding these existing conditions for private well owners, residents, and businesses is a significant concern with this application. Again, recommendations have been made by Will Fruland and Emil Friend and left outstanding to ensure drinking water is protected. The concern for cumulative impacts are not only to water, but to air quality, noise, and agriculture of this proposed added land use, added gravel pit. When is enough enough? These licensed pits only operate at 10%. When will it become unsafe to live here, drink the water, or not profitable enough to sustain the agricultural sector in this area? Well, we have a cumulative impact policy in our official plan. Regional staff have admitted that cumulative impacts are undefined, and there is no reference to use when assessing such issues. Therefore, how will we know what the true cumulative impact of licensing another pit here will have on the health of our natural environment and human health and safety? Next slide, please. These issues are left outstanding according to experts in their fields. Real concerns for community, economic, and safety impacts on township roads, water, and farmland. And for what? With all these risks, what is the benefit? How does this proposal benefit Wilmot? A prospector bought prime farmland and has a personal goal to rezone to industrial aggregate. With only 10% of the licensed pit south of this new proposal, we know we do not need another pit in Wilmot. Council, you have two big decisions in front of you. Your first decision is to decide whether you want to rezone 1894 to 1922 Whitmer Road to industrial aggregate extraction. After that decision, you will need to determine what the township can do when or if the applicant appeals your decision to the province. These are two separate decisions. We trust you will vote in a way that upholds the values of Wilmot and puts citizens' needs before the wants of a developer seeking profits from Wilmot land. Just to mention back to the cumulative impacts, it's my understanding that that planning justification report was reviewed by the planning department, but not by third-party experts. So I wouldn't mind getting clarification on that, just from what I was listening in on Mr. Sisko's presentation. But thank you very much for your time, Council.
Thank you, Samantha. Next delegation is Stefan Cesarbeck. Welcome, Stefan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Stefan Sherbach, and I'm with Planscape Incorporated, 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. Thanks very much for putting up the slideshow. I'm here on behalf of our clients, the Citizens for Safe Groundwater. And I understand, I feel like I'm late to the party here, considering this has taken quite some time. But this group has obviously been very active, and I will not attempt to duplicate their previous efforts. This brief presentation will be a summary of my professional planning review of the application in front of you. Next slide, please. I'll be starting and finishing my presentation with this slide. And as Samantha rightfully indicated, as a land use planner and council making a decision on a zoning application, it's very important to fully understand the potential impacts of a new long-term industrial operation and the impacts that it has on the immediate neighborhood and the surrounding community. It's important to ensure compatibility between this new use and to properly assess the cumulative impacts that this use may have on the community. And this is obviously to include a full understanding of the possible adverse impacts and potential mitigation measures where they exist. Looking at the plan in front of you, the outer limit shows a mere 2-kilometer radius from the subject site. As Samantha correctly indicated, you have a designated rural settlement area, sensitive land use directly adjacent to abutting this subject lands. And there's a number of other sensitive and agricultural operations that clearly must be taken into consideration with this application. And again, yes, there are other aggregate extraction applications, but we're looking at adding one more to this area. Next slide, please. In support of the application, in accordance with the direction of the local and upper tier official plans, a number of technical studies have been submitted. As indicated earlier, the region on behalf of the public interest has conducted a number of peer reviews indicated on the slide in front of you. In addition, our client has also decided to retain professionals to conduct their own review of the documents, knowing that this application has the potential to introduce a very long-lasting and potentially impactful new land use. Next slide, please. As you're aware, and as a simple reminder, a planning application must be reviewed against a number of planning policy documents prior to making your decision. Planning in Ontario is comprised of a top-down planning regime. There are a number of other authorities, such as the Aggregate Resources Act through the Ministry of Natural Resources, as well as conservation authorities that must also make decisions on this request. But the township holds the key to moving this forward or stopping it in accordance with the policies that you're obligated to review. Next slide, please. First and foremost, the 2020 PPS must be properly assessed before council makes their decision. I've highlighted 4 key areas that, in my professional opinion, have not been appropriately addressed. The first one deals with compatibility, where this major facility must avoid sensitive land uses. If this cannot occur, every effort must be made to minimize or mitigate potential adverse impacts from this new land use. The second point is the rehabilitation. Rehabilitation shall, not should, but shall be required to ensure compatibility and that the required lands are to be capable of restored back to agricultural conditions. This has not been completed, and I'll explain that, that key point in just a moment. In addition, the extraction shall be undertaken in a manner which minimizes environmental impacts and other social and economic impacts. And finally, as mentioned again, that it has to be rehabilitated to an agricultural condition. It's important to note that the applicant's submission and many of the technical studies have not conducted a review of the 2020 PPS. In fact, many of these studies have reviewed the former set of policy statements that are not applicable in this instance. Next slide, please. The same policy review requirement applies when assessing the application against the Waterloo Region and the Wilmot official plans. In my opinion, together with the similar opinion that was produced to the citizens group and that you have on record with on the public record, that although the new aggregate extraction application is generally permitted in this designation, there are a number of key policy tests within your official plans that must be reviewed and evaluated. Based on the region's own peer reviewers and those professionals retained by the citizens group, this has not been completed. Next slide, please. As an example to my former statements, here are a few items that should prevent council from making an informed decision tonight. The agricultural impact assessment references former consolidated township official plans and schedules. There's been no 2020 PPS or growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe Review, the current review. There's been reviews under these former documents, but the applicants and the municipality must assess the application against these 2 current documents. And of course, the peer reviews commissioned by the citizens group contain many technical questions and raise significant gaps in the technical studies that must be addressed. Although they have been reviewed by regional and local staff, they have not been reviewed by the professionals who are tasked to provide proper recommendations and proper expert opinions related to those technical studies. I'm not an engineer and I'm not obligated to provide an opinion on an engineering report, but I'm obligated to at least ensure the engineers are reviewing all of the same material and addressing all of the questions. Next slide, please. These questions and gaps can be summarized into 4 significant concerns. I mentioned earlier that the rehabilitation containing in the rehabilitation within the agricultural impact assessment, and that both professionals have acknowledged that this PPS statement cannot be addressed. There simply has not been any scientific information to ensure that the lands can be brought back to an agricultural condition. By simply ignoring it doesn't mean you've met this test. So yes, there are some proprietary information studies that have been conducted. Well, maybe the applicant should be conducting these studies to ensure that this policy test has been met. Clearly, the professionals say that this has not been assessed. And as a planner, this application does not conform to the PPS in regards to the specific policy. Again, there are several peer review and questions by the experts that have raised significant issues with respect to the policies of the PPS. Compatibility has also not been appropriately assessed in accordance with the existing sensitive and land use, the surrounding land uses. And there's also very little technical information related to this addition, the accessory recycling operation. It just sort of seems to be thrown in at the last minute with very little regard to how this may or may not impact.
That's your time stuff.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. I apologize. I spoke too fast.
That's
Thank
okay. Councillor Hallman.
Thank you for that detailed presentation. I have a lot to process there. One question I have for you is, can you please explain why you believe an official plan amendment may be necessary?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. In my closing slide, I did question that since the official plan policies cannot be appropriately assessed in my mind, in my professional opinion, that until the technical reports and all the peer review documents have been appropriately addressed, one as a planner cannot assess the planning policies, and perhaps this application may need an official plan amendment in order to deal with those policies that cannot be appropriately assessed. So as a planner, I'm not saying that the application in front of you doesn't conform to the official plan. The technical information in front of you has not been assessed properly, and one cannot appropriately review the official plan policies against the application.
Thank you. Follow up.
Thank you, through the mayor. I'm also interested in your comment about the recycling. Can you expand further on that, please?
Thank you again, through you, Mr. Mayor. The recycling plant, again, there's a number of technical experts that have raised questions with the potential impacts for this accessory use. There's not a lot of information that has been presented to the municipality as how this accessory use is going to be regulated within this application. It is acknowledged that your official plan does specifically say that accessory uses can be permitted through a site-specific amendment. But in my mind, the focus should be on the main use in front of you today and not this accessory use. If this application were to be approved and it was successful, it is successful, then the applicants have every right to come back at a later date with a separate rezoning application to consider this accessory use. As I understand it, this accessory use has the potential to impact, potential to add additional adverse impacts into the application. And again, I think in many of the experts' reports, there are still several unanswered questions as it relates to this. So in my mind, pushing that aside, I think the applicant should come back to council at a later date with that accessory use and focus mainly on the application in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Our next speaker is
My apologies, everyone. It seems like the mayor is having some technical difficulties. If we could actually just hold on for one moment, please. But in the meantime, if our Zoom host couldn't get the next speaker ready, that would be lovely. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. The mayor will be back with us shortly. Just a small IT issue. Thank you.
We're back. Okay. Welcome, Scott.
Good evening.
Welcome, Scott. You have 7 minutes.
Okay, great. Yeah, just a little bit about Ortec. Start things off. For over 50 years, Ortec Consulting has been engaged in conducting comprehensive air quality assessments. Personally, I'm a graduate of the University of Windsor Environmental Engineering with close to 29 years experience, 7 in industry and 22 in consulting. With Ortec, Ortec is very much a specialty company. Air quality is essentially 90% plus of what we do. Ortec was recently retained by the Citizens for Safe Groundwater to conduct a peer review of the air quality assessment submitted in support of this development, and that was done by GHD. August 2021 is the report that we looked at, and that also included the peer review comments from SLR in there. In doing our peer review, we also looked at the various other supporting documents, notice report, operational plan, and whatnot. Our peer review arrived at a list of about 16 comments and recommendations for that, and I think it's probably worthwhile to note we've done a lot of work in a short amount of time, and we haven't disclosed or shared these review comments with the proponent type thing, and these our findings haven't been themselves peer reviewed by outside of the Ortec quality assurance process. The table you see in front of us is very much different than the one in the proponent's air quality assessment, and I'll try to kind of briefly describe why that is. And we took our peer review process one step further, and we implemented several of the recommendations that we had in our report to really the most impactful ones to see what the result would be. If we look at this top box here in blue, if we talk about silica, so I think the one thing you notice here is we started talking about a phase 2 and a phase 3. The proponent's air quality assessment report essentially evaluated kind of an end of life scenario, right? So the pit was fully excavated. The pit depth was 20 meters below grade, but there wasn't any mention in terms of what does phase 1, what does phase 2 look like, kind of let's say the earlier years. And so if you look at a phase 2 type scenario, we've assumed that, the phase 1, let's say, is that area is excavated, but only to the first lift, so a depth of 9 meters. And some of these phase 2 operations are going to occur, at or very close to the surface type thing. The geotechnical reports kind of would indicate the aggregate resources fairly close to the surface. And this has a very significant effect on how these air emissions are modeled and what these concentrations are. So, coming across here with silica, there's a 24-hour, health-based standard. We've added to our modeled predictions the background concentration of 1.7 micrograms per cubic meter. That's the same concentration that the proponent used. And we're assessing that against an air quality threshold of 5 micrograms per cubic meter. If we look at the impact of all the pits, so all the pits, operating at the same time, we're looking at air, exceedances of the air quality threshold essentially by a factor of 2. If we were to exclude cumulative impacts and just look at this project and what this project alone would have, we're looking at an exceedance of about 1.5. And I guess it's fair to note that this is at a receptor location. The proponent's air quality assessment looked at the property line type thing. So these are at receptor locations. And I'll talk about PM10 as well a little bit later. If you go to the next slide. So here we're looking at silica. And so you see on the top right, the air quality threshold contour line of 5 micrograms per cubic meter. We see at the top left here, the Shingletown receptors. Some of those are above 5 micrograms, so they're above the air quality threshold. And we see the receptors here in the yellow, the red triangles here along Whitmer Road are certainly well above the threshold. If we look to the left of this plot, we see and follow that 5 microgram contour line, we see that these impacts extend about 2 kilometers. If we go to the next slide, we'll also look at silica here, but now we've excluded these other pits. And so now we're just looking at the impact of the project itself. We see the receptors along Whitmer Road exceeding or very close to exceeding the silica threshold. And we see the shingle town receptors just on the edge of that as well. If we go to the next slide shows PM10. So the same kind of results type thing. Here we're looking at all the pits. Here we see some of the shingle town receptors to the left there, just slightly over the air quality criteria of 50. So particulate matter 10 microns or less. And I guess if we go to the next slide here, also PM, but this again is the only pit. And I think the thing I want to point out with this slide is that we have the background concentration in the upper right shown here as 28 micrograms per cubic meter. And this slide here just starts to show more or less, let's say, the area of impact, this 30 microgram contour line, which more or less kind of gives you an idea of the impact, or let's say the impact where, you know, to some extent you would see an elevated concentrations above background. Again, similar kind of situation here where we're predicting that the receptors along Whitmer Road are heavily impacted. So, you know, to go, you know, with some of our recommendations and some of these ones that had impacts, certainly the assessment, all the phases is key. You know, at 20-meter depth, I think other depths have to be associated. That significantly impacts how this open pit source used in AirMod, dispersion mold called AirMod, how that works and functions. Looking at the air quality report, we have a number of other concerns. I think their control factor for, let's say, things like road dust, they've used 90%. If you were to go and look up that literature reference that they provided in the report, and we did, you know, those control efficiencies range anywhere from 25% up to 98%, and over a 24-hour average period. And that's important to consider. You know, can they actually maintain 90% over 24 hours? Our experience is, and in what we've done in applications that we submit, is something more conservative along 75%, and that's what we've applied here. You know, kind of going through the report as well, looking at sources and, you know, of dust, stockpiles, crossover belts, whatnot. Some of those sources seem to be absent from the report. It would be helpful if they included a process flow diagram so we have a better understanding of how the process flows. It's you know, difficult to come to conclusions without kind of that level of information. And I guess the last thing, if we want to quickly go up to the first slide, see if we can fit this in here type thing. Right below this blue bar here, we show an uncontrolled situation, which is important to consider because even though they have plans in place, we all know the plans don't go as planned, things happen. I think this kind of shows you what the potential of the project is.
That's your time, Scott.
Thank you.
Councillor Hallman.
Thank you, through the mayor. That last slide, the one where it shows the three, the last slide with the dust mitigation, reaching to Baden, Hayesville, New Dundee, and Mannheim. Is that accurate? Am I looking at that map correct?
You're talking about the 30 microgram contour line?
Yes.
Yes. Those extents are, you know, in excess of 3 kilometers.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I've done a lot of reading over the last little bit. The ARA says that dust must be mitigated on site. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Our next speaker is Rod Northay.
Can I be heard now?
You can. Welcome, Rod.
Thank you very much, Mayor Armstrong, and I apologize. So I have a presentation to go through as well. There are many points that have been covered, and I know you're 7 minutes, so I'm going to keep moving. If we could move to the next slide, please. So what I'd like to do before I go far with this is what I'm going to talk about, is I'd like to go back to Mr. Sisko's presentation, and I want to agree with 5 points that he made to you, because I want to say those are what I'm going to speak to as well. And here are the 5 points that I want to say I agree with Mr. Sisko about. 1, you should not be putting your thumb on any scale. 2, you should be ensuring the fairness of the rules applied. 3, you should not be adding to or imposing higher thresholds on this applicant than anyone else. 3 or 4 rather, you should ensure the applicant meets all standards. And last 5, you should ensure that everyone has done their due diligence. Now, I think in this presentation, my point to you is going to be that I don't think you are being asked to do anything beyond what the province requires, that there are some serious issues to human health, that the due diligence unfortunately has not been applied. I think Mr. Sezerbach and Mr. Manser both gave you some detailed evidence. I'm just going to take you through the whole piece here of how I get to the point where I agree with Mr. Cisco on what should be happening, but I don't agree with him on the outcome. So if we could go to the next slide, actually, let's go back to that slide and I'll just give you my pathway through. The first several slides are just dealing with impacts, the loss of land, harm to environment, harm to residents from noise, harm to residents on air, harm to residents from human health. Then we get to the things where I think, myself as a lawyer, this is probably the key part. Who is the decision maker that's lead here? And I'm going to tell you why I think it's your township council. I'm going to try and tell you what the key test is, and I'm going to try and describe the essence of the key test. If there is any time, I'm not optimistic there will be, I may get to the other tests. So having said all of that, I'm going to run through some stuff fairly quickly because others have done a nice job. So let's go to the next slide, please. On the issue of loss of ag land, as Mr. Sezerbach said, if you don't meet the requirements of rehabilitation for an above water table pit, you are not complying with the provincial standard on rehabilitation, full stop. And if you don't comply with the standard on rehabilitation of agricultural land, you've lost it. So that's a problem. Next slide, please. There are several features to the environment that are affected. I am not going to spend time with my limited time on this topic. I've just listed the array that are present on the site or right beside the site as illustrated in to the right of me. But there are important features here. Next slide, please. Where I wanted to focus tonight is on harm to residents, and I want to just emphasize, I put in parentheses and taxpayers because the residents we're talking about here are all taxpayers. And what we have here is 55 homes within 1 kilometer. That is the red zone on this slide. You are going to recall from listening to seeing Mr. Manser's presentation that he has an impact zone out to 2.5 kilometers. That's even greater than shown in the green on this picture. So the impact zone is large, and all of that people in that zone are residents and your taxpayers. Next slide, please. What is happening in these zones? Well, there are noise impacts, and there is harm to residents from that. And as Mr. Coulter said to you, focusing on backyards, it is important to recognize backyards on Bleems Road are important. Why? Because the backyards are what will face this pit. They have not been properly categorized. Class 2 in the scheme the province uses on noise. Class 2 is a semi-urban area, which may apply to their front yards right beside the road. Backyards, he considered to be more rural. So there's a problem with noise. Next slide, please. This is certainly where I want to spend my time. I'm not going to repeat all the issues here because I think Mr. Manser did a very nice job, but here are the issues that all contribute to understating the emissions. And the most important thing is, what are the emissions we're talking about? They're all health effect emissions, not nuisance, health effect. What do we know about the health effects of particulate matter? Next slide, please. 2 things. No safe threshold. That means if it's at 1 microgram, if it's at 2, if it's at 20, all of that is adding to a human health problem. There's no safe level. And thus the second bullet is what's important. Any increase in ambient particulate matter is associated with a statistical increase in mortality and hospitalization, coming from no less than Environment Canada. That last slide that Mr. Manser provided you with the 2.5 impact zone is a slide of where is the zone of increase, and thus a zone of increase in health problems. Next slide, please. So what are you to do? I've said you're the local decision maker, and I've said you're the lead decision maker. How do I know that? I know that because the Aggregate Resources Act says so. Right at the bottom of this slide, it says, no license shall be issued for a pit or quarry if a zoning bylaw prohibits the site from being used for the making, establishment, or operation of pits and quarries. That's what we have here. The present zoning does not permit this pit. This council must decide to change its zoning to permit it. Zoning is the lead approval, not the aggregate license, not the region's official plan. If you don't change the zoning, the minister cannot act. All right, what's the test? Next slide, please. The test is in the Planning Act, Section 3.5. Council's decision must be consistent with the provincial policy statement. As Mr. Sezerbach said very clearly, what is that applicable statement? It is the 2020 policy statement, not the 2014 statement. Why does that matter? Next slide, please. It matters because the 2020 statement amended a key term in the policy from 2014. The underlying term here is now a shall. Before it was a should. Any of you who are parents will know the difference between a should and a shall. And right now, what the problem we have here is the province has made the test a shall, and none of the reports that I have read, including the town's own planning report, have reflected this change to the PPS that took effect last May 2020. And that's it. I am done. I thought I'd be done, your mayor. That's last slide. Thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you, sir. Councillor Hallman.
Hi, thanks for the mayor. I have a question. I'm sorry. That last slide, when it was indicating the report for the PPS, can you just confirm that you're suggesting that the documents were done with the 2014 PPS and not the 2020 PPS?
Yeah, so many documents are silent, such as the township's own planning report that is dated for today's date. Many documents that reference the PPS that I have looked at all mention the 2014 PPS. I have yet to see a single document that has referenced the 2020 PPS. And I do disagree with Mr. Cisco. He's referenced a principle of old lore before tribunals called the clergy principle. I respectfully disagree with him. The council decision must be consistent with the 2020 policy statement, full stop, no qualification, no conditions. That's the decision that must be made, and that's the policy statement that applies here.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. Now I have a question through the CAO. Can you just have, just because like that's a lot of information for me to be processing, can you have our staff look into that further? I obviously know not right now, but I just mean like I feel like this is important information to be reviewed.
Yes, and I would ask Mr. Okrafka or Mr. Martin if they would comment on that at this point, just to offer clarification.
Mr. Okrafka, you've lit up.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, I think in order of the number of delegations and the number of questions that we will document, the questions raised by councillors that they're seeking additional information on, and we will provide a fulsome response rather than a spur of the moment. Here's something new to consider. What's your take? We will do a fulsome response to the question that the councillor is raising.
Thank you. Okay. The following delegations are all in one location, will be called upon in the following order. And the first person is Rich Stevenson.
Thank you, Mayor. I hope you can see us here a little bit. We're all kind of huddled in a barn here, freezing. So well, we're doing our best.
We can see you. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Starting, I would like to show you all the residents behind me that have gathered at the community barn to show their opposition to the pit. Many of these people will take a moment to speak in opposition to the pit shortly. Others have chosen not to speak but want their opposition known. So I'm hoping I can show a little bit in the background here. of all of the people here, kind of all around us. We got about 25 or 30 people in the barn here with us right now. Hope that didn't make anybody dizzy or sick. Sorry about that. But I just want you to know how many people are here, because you obviously can't see them all, because we're not in chambers at all, because they would like their faces known in this process. For me, I'm not going to talk about the problems in this pit. Others have covered that exceptionally well. I'm going to talk about the process. We learned of this pit and the community, when we learned of this pit and the community got together to oppose this pit, we were told to trust the process, as the engineering reports would be vetted thoroughly. But as a community, we did not feel comfortable with this, so we decided to learn more about the process, make sure it was done properly, so our health and way of life would be protected. We have pits in the vicinity of Shingletown, so we understand the noise, dust, and traffic that they bring. So we spoke with others that have been through this process and support groups that provide expert advice. We discovered that this process cannot be trusted and does not favor the resident. Due to this discovery, for the last 2.5 years, the community has been fundraising, hiring experts to review the reports, examining reports ourselves, and speaking with staff and politicians. We have spent thousands of hours and tens of thousands of dollars to get to this current point. Along the way, we have learned the process is stacked against us. Citizens and the citizens group must react with no warning and quickly to steps taken by the proponent. We must push staff for sharing of information, and unfortunately, we have been cut off from our local politicians. They have been advised by the township to not engage with us because of this application. When we started reviewing reports, we found significant errors, omissions, and inconsistencies. We pointed out errors to the staff and managed to have some addressed, but others were not addressed with no explanation as to why. The community then hired its own experts to look at submitted reports. These experts found even more errors in the submitted reports, and for whatever reason, most of these concerns had not been addressed as well. Politicians usually look for more engagement from the constituents, but when it happened in our case, it was ignored. We don't understand why staff have not addressed these key concerns from our experts, or at least offered reasons why the concerns are not valid. We realize each expert can have different opinions, but assumptions should be corrected and should be erring to protect to health. The process of vetting and engineering reports needs to change. Maybe we need to move from a review of the data to having a separate independent report done by a second organization that staff selects on their own. Could reports be designed in a way that challenges facts and assumptions more critically? Can better standards be developed for these PIT applications? After being involved with this PIT application, I can tell you, any resident should not trust the process. Become involved in that application if it will affect you personally or you care about your community. The issue I will raise is the accessibility to these council meetings. If the council and staff choose to continue with online meetings, you need to find better ways to have better access to meetings for the people with limited or no internet access. Rural or internet access, as we all know, is not great, or limited computer skills. We have set up this point to allow those who fall under this to have their voice heard as is their right in this process. How many other people have not been heard from causes because they cannot navigate this system? We should never use the excuse that no other group has done that before. We should lead. We must accommodate the needs of our unique rural township communities. This informs good decision-making in the best interest of the people and builds public trust in the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Councillor Fanning.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I would like to apologize to everyone who's sitting there in the cold that this is how you are having to address council. And I apologize that I had not thought to ask for some accommodation to be made before today. So please, I hope that you can accept that apology, and my gratitude that you're willing to put yourselves out to this extent to come and address us tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Rich. So the next speaker would be David Prong.
He's on his way up, Mr. Mayor.
We're waiting. We're being patient. Welcome, David.
Hello, Mayor Armstrong and Wilmot councilors. My name is David Prong, and my wife Cheryl and I live on Bleams Road in Wilmot Township, and both oppose the proposed Palman pit. There are hundreds of people opposed to this pit because they believe it is wrong to have a pit on or near protected groundwater. Also, we oppose the pit because we are near a natural wetland that wildlife depend on for their habitat. I had lots more to say, but I'm going to keep it very short. There were so many other reasons to say no to this pit, and we cannot think of one good reason to say yes. So the clear answer should be no. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Perfect. The next speaker is David Bricker. Welcome, sir.
Pardon?
Said welcome.
Thank
And
you.
You may begin. You have 7 minutes.
Okay, Mayor Armstrong and council members, this is my objection to the aggregate pit proposal, which is the Hallman pit. The safety, health, and well-being of good law-abiding, tax-paying, voting citizens will be impacted. A lot of money, time, and love has been put into fixing up their properties. It will be affected in a devastating way if this is not if this not needed aggregate operation is allowed to happen. I graduated from the Ontario Fire College, Gravenhurst, Ontario, where I learned all about fire suppression, fire rescue, and administration. I was a full-time firefighter. I call myself a fire suppression engineer and emergency responder, City of Waterloo, for 30 years. I drove emergency vehicles many times through traffic blocked roads to get to an emergency, very challenging. If Whitmer Road is constantly traveled by big gravel trucks from and to this proposed pit, traffic will be a nightmare. Getting to a residence where help is needed immediately, where seconds count, will be a problem. To lose someone to this delay is devastating to the people involved, and also getting to a fire and where seconds count. Our road, Whitmer Road, is not what a township road is designed for, and not its intended use, the truck volume. Whitmer Road is used for residents to come and go, and recreation and farm equipment, walking along the road, bikers use, and nature enjoyment. School bus route with stops. Prospectors can find better places to find aggregate and safe haul routes. By the way, I had my prospector's license at one time, so I did a bit of prospecting and know a little bit about it. To destroy a natural treasure we have in Wilmot, we all know is not right. It's a delicate area which produces the pure, good, healthy water we all need. It's a delicate area. We are the only creatures on earth that can protect and save our pure, drinkable water. Thank you all for listening to my personal concerns. David Bricker, 1768 Whitmer Road, been there since 1975. Thank you for your attention. And those slides do show the school bus and going up grade there, and then farm equipment going along the road, and probably another one there. Trucks coming down the road, as you can see, the road can't compensate for this amount of traffic, and so that is a big issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Next speaker is Martha Bricker.
Mayor Armstrong and council members,
Welcome, Martha.
thank you. This is my objection to the aggregate pit proposal. We've lived on Whitmer Road for over 40 years and have enjoyed the quiet country life. I like going for walks along Whitmer Road and would like to take you on a short walk with me. I think there's some slides. In the spring, I come across a wall of lilacs, and for 5 minutes as I walk along, I get to enjoy the beautiful fragrance of the lilacs. I quite often see deer, the next slide. I quite often see deer across the road and have seen a fox or two. So just go through the next few slides. There's a deer and there's a fox and another one. Walking by the woodlot by the entrance of the proposed pit is like walking through a rainforest. The sounds of all the birds singing is so amazing. A bird watcher friend, the next slide. A bird watcher friend took this picture of a rare red-headed woodpecker by that woodlot. The next slide. The sunrise and the sunsets are breathtaking as I walk along. The next slide. The next slide. The Whitmer Road is narrow with no shoulder, so walking on the road is a must. The few cars I meet slow down, go around me, and give me a wave as they go by. I also meet many cyclists on my walk, and a good morning or good evening is always in good order. The next slide. As you can see, we live close to the road, and the constant noise and rumble of gravel trucks would be unbearable. After my walk, the next slide, being able to sit in the backyard, enjoy the peaceful scenery and wildlife. And the next slide. The peaceful scenery and the wildlife is what country living is all about. The next slide. In conclusion, I would not be able to walk along Whitmer Road with the gravel trucks flying by every 5 to 10 minutes. City people drive to the country to walk or cycle. Country people should not have to drive to another road to enjoy a walk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Martha. The next speakers are Mary and Ron Dittner.
Good evening, Mayor Armstrong.
Welcome, Mary.
And to councilors and all here present and all those joining us on Zoom. My name is Mary Dietner and I live at 2050 Blooms Road in Shingletown. I was joined by my husband here, but he has had to leave because the dampness was bothering him too much. But I assure you that our feelings on the gravel pit are mutual. We came to Shingletown 38 years ago. Obviously, we love where we live if we still choose to be here after that length of time. Never in all those years has a plan concerning our village shook us to our very core the way news of a proposed gravel pit mine has. We are strongly opposed to this application for many, many reasons. This news came as an unbelievable thought in an area of prime agricultural farmland with an aquifer that is being used as we speak to supply very high quality drinking water to many people in Wilmot Township and beyond. This drinking water is one of the best quality that you can hope for. Much of the world, if not most of it, does not have the privilege of enjoying water of such a high standard. Why would we risk the possibility of destroying this source of fresh water, especially when research shows that if a breakthrough to the aquifer occurs, we will be unable to undo the damage? Has this possibility been researched by the township? Is there a solution of any kind to find another source of water, even though it would likely be of lesser quality? Do you have a financing plan for this if it becomes necessary? We reckon that our water bills include a profit margin. What will it cost this township if that money was lost? We are already highly taxed, and increases that can be prevented need to be. We don't feel that the point of unsustainability is far off as things stand in our world today. Why risk inching closer to the breaking point? The risk of destroying the aquifer needs to be taken very seriously. A recent newspaper article related events surrounding the installation of an Enbridge gas pipeline, which broke through to aquifers in 3 places. To say that the possibility of the same happening here is low or unlikely is foolish at the very least. Canada enjoys the lion's share of fresh water. That does not mean that we can afford to waste any of it. The world is looking to Canada for fresh water. It is truly a valuable resource, as nothing can live without water, fresh water. It has been said that gravel is where gravel is. Do you realize that aggregate above an aquifer is there by God's design? Aggregate above an aquifer acts as a filter to provide water of great quality. Next to the human kidney, the earth is the greatest filter on earth. What does the township stand to gain from this proposed pit, financially or otherwise? We see no gain of any kind, but big losses on many fronts: environmentally, property values, our physical and mental health, and maybe yours also. Who knows how much damage can be done due to dust, dirt, noise, and particulate matter flying through the air? One thing is certain, it does cause damage. For some, it is unbearable to live with our provision. For some, it is unbearable to live with, and all provisions should be enforced to avoid this damage. In an open pit air industrial setting, we feel that the polluting of the environment is not able to be controlled in any way. At least factories employ the use of chimneys, filters, and make use of whatever is available through technology in order to pollute as little as possible. Will an open air pit mine do this? We think the answer is obvious. We have asked many questions here tonight. Will we get a response? Do you listen to our questions and thoughts? Why is there no response? Our group has carried out a tremendous amount of research and consultation. We have done a great deal of homework. We have all worked extremely long and hard to try to find sense in what is being proposed, but are unable to find any sense for it at all. If you, council, find sense, why aren't you sharing it with us? How is this proposed open mine pit moving Wilmot Township forward? You are surely aware that there is no shortage of aggregate. Wilmot Township has several possibilities for aggregate and are not developing them. Are you aware that there is a shortage of farmland, especially prime agricultural land? Why do you think that it wouldn't matter if more of it were destroyed? This area is one of the fastest growing areas in Canada. Farmers feed cities. You have surely heard that said before. Don't you believe it? Where do you think food comes from? The decision to say no to the proposed Hallman pit should be readily seen by each of you as the only possible solution. Anything else would be irresponsible and unconscionable. We ask that you support us and save both the water and farmland, two of God's greatest gifts that cannot be replaced once lost. Not to forget the beauty of nature through the seasons, the health benefits of country living, and the peace of mind that it brings. These qualities are envied by all because they are priceless and irreplaceable. Think of those around the world who suffered greatly by actions being taken in the name of progress. This proposed Hallman pit is not progress. You must say no to this fearsome step backwards and prove that you are good stewards of the earth. We thank you for your time and attention tonight. Thank you from the very core of us.
Thank you, Mary. The next speaker is Pat Huber. Welcome, Pat.
Thank you very much. Mayor, councilors, my name's Patty Huber. My husband Murray and I live at 2040 Whitmer Road, which is just a few hundred meters from the proposed Hallman pit. I would like to say that I agree 100% with everything Martha said and the lady before me. And we are absolutely 100% opposed to any zone change. We fully support all remarks and reports in opposition to the proposed Hallman pit. The only clear answer here is no. I had lots of pages, but everyone's covering stuff. So I will just say in closing that, you were elected by the people, voted in by the people to represent the people, the community, the citizens, the taxpayers. And I hope you remember all of that when you're making your decision, because otherwise you've probably lost my vote. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Murray Huber.
I'm Pat's husband. Oh,
welcome.
Anyways, welcome. So anyways, I'm Pat's husband. We moved there 8, 9 years ago to get away from the city traffic. I'm on my way out, trying to retire. But I don't believe it's right for me or my grandchildren, my son, whatever, to have to wear a hazmat suit when those crushers start up, like for the concrete dust. I had some slides, pictures, and if you read on these are labels off of concrete bags. And what's it say? Avoid eye, skin contact. Every one of them is the same. You could just move down the slide to slide to slide. This is companies covering their rear end for liability. Okay, there's absolutely nothing that the pit, when they start recycling, okay, this is all going to be airborne. I'm 250 feet. My property is 250 feet away from that pit. I don't believe I should have to stay in the house for 6 days a week just because he wants to extract gravel. It's not fair. Another thing is, I'd like to know why you spend taxpayers' money putting signs up, water protection areas, putting billboards on buses. Oh, protect our water. If you aren't willing to do that, like you waste money just like it comes from, like what's it grow on trees? Taxes go up every year. We have to protect this water, regardless of what the applicant said. He's not causing any employment because all those dump trucks that come down Whitmer, those guys are working already. That's all I have to say. I'm losing it, sorry.
Thank you, Murray. Next is Laverne Forwell.
I'm Laverne Forwell. I live at 2056 Whitmer Road. My property borders the proposed pit. Mr. Mayor, member of council, thank you for your time. Let me take you back to 1991, the Catalan application. There were 7 attachments to the approval of the license by that council. Number 6 reads that no access be obtained onto Huron Road or Township Road 6, which is now Whitmer. These conditions were put in place to shelter the neighbors of those 2 roads. Most of the people still live on these 2 roads, and we expect the same consideration from this council now. The reason those 2 roads were sheltered was because they're township roads. And the whole cattle land had to be extracted, conveyed, or trucked to the crusher at the front of Queen Street and exited onto Queen Street. That should not change. We move now to 2006 application to extract a pit onto Whitmer Road. I delegated that council as to the number 6 agreement, and it was confirmed at that time by the planner that that was still on the books. However, the mayor of that time said the applicant had done his due diligence, brought his gavel down, and said it's passed and approved right there that night. Now we're at March 2019. I'm coming down the road. I stop a man with a large bag on his shoulder going over the fence of this property. It's still owned by John Kowalski. He explained to me that he was going in to put stakes in the ground to where they were going to drill, and that it was for Jackson Farms. Talked to John a few days later. He told me that they wanted to drill before they would buy it. Around the same time, there was a meeting for the expansion of the water protection zoning at the Regional Education Center. Some neighbors attended that and seen the mayor sitting there, went over and asked if this was true, that someone was looking for an application on the north side of Whitmer Road. His immediate reply was, yes, it is a done deal. There's nothing you can do about it. This happened to 2 other people that same night. There were 2 independent IC reports submitted to the Wilmot IC Commissioner regarding Mr. Armstrong's comments. They were both dismissed. One because one page was photocopied. Meanwhile, in Woolwich, their IC commissioner, a lawyer, recommended a counselor who called the capital application a done deal should not be present or involved in a meeting regarding said application due to predetermined bias. I do feel confident that this council, as they have remained impartial, will base their judgment on the concerns of the citizens and not on one person's gain. It's now April 2022. Most of the citizens of Wilmot know about this application. I canvassed most of Petersburg, knocked on doors, talked to people. That's how I know, and also Baden. Only now does the council get to vote. And I would like to believe that the statement by our mayor on March 2019 to these 4 individual citizens is not how this council works. I bought my farm and built my house in 1992. I built a dog boarding facility, 28 years with no noise or inspection infractions. Our clients love the quiet, scenic drive up Whitmer Road and always remark how peaceful it is up here. If this is passed, they will have to compete with large trucks, and their pets will be subjected to loud banging, beeping, and dust. Dogs' noses and ears are 100 times more sensitive than even humans. This council has been informed of all the negative impacts and we would have to endure if this is passed. Water quality, loss of wildlife, noise, dust, and traffic, and what it will do not only to the values of the properties, but the quality of our lives. This prime agricultural land is 150 times a bad choice for another open pit. Please vote to support the wishes of our citizens and of Wilmot and say no to this zone change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laurent. Christine Gray. Councillor Hallman, you had a question of Mr.
Thank you, through the mayor. Actually, it's not to the delegation. It's from a comment that the delegation made regarding the cattle lands agreement. I'm just searching the township's website while he was delegating, trying to find this. Is this legal document available for council to review? Or is the Director of Development Services able to comment on that?
Through you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
If we could add that to the list to respond to at the end.
I have a copy of it at home.
Staff will get it to council. Welcome, Christine.
Hello, Wilmot Township, Mayor Armstrong, council, neighbors, and friends. My name is Christine Gray, and I live at 2153 Bleams Road. I have lived in Shingletown for going on 32 years. It is a quiet, peaceful, and friendly hamlet. I have raised my children and am now watching the next generation of children being raised in this wonderful community. The dust from gravel mining contains toxins such as heavy metals and radon, both of which cause cancer. Dust toxins can travel hundreds of miles. Previous studies found that people residing close to gravel mining sites have higher risks of respiratory symptoms. The health and welfare of my community would be greatly compromised if this zone change were to happen. It would be a tragedy to my community with the pollution of air, noise, water, the ground, wildlife, and the marshland. If this gravel pit were to be allowed to happen, I oppose the Hallman pit. Thank you.
Thank you. Ingrid Rosner. Welcome, Ingrid.
Thank you. Mayor Armstrong, councillors and residents across Waterloo Region. My name is Ingrid Rosner and I live at 2169 Bleams Road. My family and I could choose to move from Shingletown, but then the possibility of the Hallman gravel pit becomes someone else's problem, someone else's health risk. I know that a house does not make a home, and we could create a home somewhere else. But the house we live in Shingletown is a treasure given to us by my parents. They also live in Shingletown, so we are 3-generation residents. My parents for 30 years, my husband and I for 20 years, and my children have lived here their whole lives. You see, my father is a master carpenter and spent the better part of 7 years building our 2 houses and customizing each part. When my father sees a piece of wood, he sees his next project. He comes from a generation who show their love through how they provide for you. If we were to move, are there pictures available? Thank you. If we were to move, we could not take this door with us. The next slide, please. We could not take these floors with us. Next slide. And we could not move this ceiling. Next slide, please. We can't move the treehouse that my children grew up on and the neighbors now enjoy. We hope that this house will long be in our family. If you ask other residents of Shingletown about why they choose to live here, they will have their own reasons, starting out as a new family or retiring here after a lifetime of work. This space brings us solitude, especially during these past 2 years. After talking about my father's legacy, I'd like to talk about council's legacy. You see, we all have a common threat that we need to address, and it's the climate crisis. We don't have the luxury of leaving this hard work to the next council or the next election. We need to decide now how to lower our greenhouse emissions and protect our natural resources. Climate Action Waterloo Region has their 80 by 50 mandate, which means reducing greenhouse emissions 80% by 2050. Wilmot Council's Sustainability Working Group participates in this initiative, and there is good news here. Wilmot Council has already reduced the township's greenhouse emissions by 30%, which is highly commendable. We need to consider the remaining 50% reduction. The sooner we accomplish this goal, the better for lowering the temperature of the planet, the more we can inspire change in our communities and stall this climate crisis. Here are a few ideas discussed by Climate Action Waterloo Region listed in their Transform Waterloo Region strategy. Strategy 5.1 on page 59 states, protect agricultural land and the local agricultural system. Waterloo Region has been a long-time leader in the development and implementation of land use planning protections for prime agricultural land. This protection is a continued priority for community members, those in the agricultural industry, and municipalities, and these policies must continue to be strong. Strategy 5.2, diversify and strengthen the local agri-food sector with a focus on serving local food needs. Supporting and continuing to build our agricultural and agri-food industry can increase the amount of food that we grow, make, and consume locally. This significantly reduces the energy needed to transport food into and out of the region. Just like keeping aggregate resources close to the intended market reduces greenhouse gas emissions, so too does keeping food close at hand. Supporting our local agricultural community directly contributes to strengthening our local economy and increases our resilience by reducing our reliance on international supply chains. I would like to thank Wilmot Council for their time and consideration of this zone change application and the effects on Wilmot Township. In the wilmot.ca photo galleries, I see farmland in all its seasons, sunsets and skies. There is water and even a quaint photo of a true country road called Whitmer Road. These represent Wilmot for my family too. Remember, we are in a climate emergency even more so than when Wilmot Council declared that in September 2019. Remember, this property is zoned prime agricultural land and you can deny the application. Remember, wetlands are wetlands no matter where in Wilmot Township, and this is your legacy and mine. I would like to close with a quote from Isabella Teixeira, former Environment Minister of Brazil, who spoke about the climate emergency with the United Nations. Currently, decisions are being based on the past, but we need to base them on the future. That means leadership. I look forward to your decision and leadership. And my mother is presenting shortly, and hopefully there will be a video that my daughter created. I'm not sure if the video can be played, but we're really hoping to see it. My daughter is 15 and she put a lot of effort into it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ingrid. So our next presenters are Ruth and Lila Rosner. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Councillor, and friends here. My name is Ruth Rosner, and I live in Shingletown at 2161 Bleams Road with my husband. We have lived here since 1990. We both oppose this gravel pit application. For the last 3 years, our community has opposed this proposal at every level and at every meeting. I especially want to thank the Citizens for Safe Groundwater Committee for all their work on our behalf. They have done heavy lifting for all. I want to emphasize briefly my main reasons for opposing this application. Contamination to a valuable groundwater resource and nearby private wells, loss of farmlands and carbon storing countryside, increase in carbon emissions due to the activities of an aggregate business and a haulage route. These objections have been raised with you at every council meeting. I want to thank you on the council that you have a forum for us to discuss these concerns. But now is the time for you to make important decisions. Over the years, bylaws and procedures have been passed to protect this township. Now, we will see if they have any meaning. Do you believe and enforce the bylaw that says that this is an official groundwater and drinking water protection area? Do you believe that? Do you believe that Wilmot is a cohesive, vibrant, welcoming countryside community? Because that's your official township logo. Do you believe it? Do you believe that the region is mandated to preserve and protect farmland in Waterloo region? Do you believe it? With great respect, if you believe in these policies, you cannot vote in favor of a gravel pit. With respect, here are my recommendations for you to consider as you make decisions for a greener future. My first one is to pass the moratorium on gravel pit applications. I understand you did that. My second recommendation is that July 1st is the date to complete the regional official plan, and reduction of carbon emissions and climate change solutions have to be part of that plan. So July 1st is 87 days. Why not delay your decision? Because it seems to me 87 days is nothing compared to a gravel pit of 35 years. I will not live to see the end of a gravel pit if it is approved. Council, you have a clear path ahead that will allow you with good conscience to refuse this proposal. And we're hoping that we can see the video that our granddaughter Lila put together. She's 15 years old.
I'll echo that. Well done, Lila. Our next speaker is Roy Lamb.
Hi, good evening. My name is Roy Lamb.
Welcome, Roy.
Thanks. My name is Roy Lamb, and I live on 2089 Bleams Road with my wife and 2 children. And I just want to let the council know that we strongly oppose the proposed home and pit. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Linda Kress and Jim Paul.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I have to say, I really feel proud to live in this neighborhood. Great presentations, and that was a lovely video. Jim and I live in a house my great-grandparents built 136 years ago. It is where my parents raised their family. It's just 500 steps west of the Shingletown wells that were drilled in 1970. That is the year my parents and some of our neighbors' wells went dry, as did some ponds in our area. That's when we started buying back our water, first from the region and then the township. So I think you can understand my concerns about the impact of the gravel pit that it might have on our community. Back in those days, people were not as vocal about their concerns. To be clear, we are against this project moving forward. So we are asking you, our councillors, to vote no to changing the zoning for this land. There are already 15 gravel pit licenses in Wilmot extracting less than 1/4 of what they are allowed per year. So it makes us question why the addition of another would even be considered. We question why council would consider sacrificing 141 acres of farmland for yet another unneeded gravel pit. As the property in question is so close to the Shingletown wells, is the future quality of that water that they provide to the region worth risking? We're concerned about the dust and the noise associated to such a development, like most of our neighbors are, and how this will impact our health and our community peace. We do not want to see increased truck traffic in our own community, let alone the poor people that live on Whitmer Road. And I will share that last year, over a good portion of the summer, there were many dump trucks hauling fill from the city of Kitchener to a spot by the overpass on Sand Hills Road. It was terrible. The noise was terrible. It was nonstop. And one day I followed those trucks to see where that soil was coming from and found out it was in Kitchener, and it was coming again to here. And I just don't want to live on a road that is any busier than it is already today. We are concerned about the preservation of farmland, the quality of air we breathe, and the water drawn from the Shingletown wells. We're concerned about the noise pollution. And after all, we chose peaceful country living over another kind of life. We don't want to lose any of these because of a zoning change. We are taxpayers who vote, and we are asking you, our council, to make the right decision, one that supports the needs of your residents rather than the wants of the applicants. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your support.
Thank you. Jennifer Lozon. Welcome, Jennifer.
Good evening, Mayor Armstrong and Council. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to speak. I think back to the first time I spoke in chambers and how extremely nervous I was. It was an experience that was way out of my comfort zone, but I'm glad I found my voice and it was heard. It's been quite a ride. Amazing things happen when a community comes together and many voices are heard. But coming together and finding our strength was really the only choice we had. We are dependent on the natural world. It provides our food, water, and air, our very life. We need to defend it, so we became an army. We read everything we could possibly get our hands on about the impacts gravel pits have had and will continue to have on the environment. We spoke to regular people and to experts. We had studies done, raised money, and then raised awareness. And slowly, what started out as a handful of people around a picnic table became hundreds of citizens fighting for the cause. Something to be proud of, that's for sure. I find that our world right now is in quite a bit of turmoil. People are struggling to put gas in their cars and food on the table. There's a war. We're still in a pandemic. And I just wish that you would vote in our favor, because our backyards and our porches right now are really all we have. So thank you for listening to us. And I just want to tell you that I heard a quote the other day that was kind of neat. It was, if you really think the environment is less important than the economy, try holding your breath while you count your money. Thank you.
Thank you. Jan Holman.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm Jan Holman, 1669 Pine Hill Road, New Hamburg. I just want to put my name out there for absolutely voting against the zone change. We have our drilled well, and I'd like you to keep protecting our ground protection area. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Eric Hodgins. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you. As everybody knows here, I'm a newbie. I drive the school bus that you've seen in the picture by Dave Bricker. So I've always been into wildlife, and every time I pick up the kids, I'm either pointing out, hey, I seen that fox. Did you guys see him? Or any other kind of wildlife. So opening up a pit, do you really think the kids in this community are going to enjoy wildlife if we open up a pit? I don't think so. And if you think that the owner is going to care about the water, that's like me saying, I'm going to stop the sun from coming up in the morning. Not going to happen. So please, let's not be like the federal government that doesn't listen to the people and just go ahead and do whatever they want. The people here voted you in. Let's do right by them. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Howard Medill.
Good day, Mayor and Councilman.
Well,
my name is Howard Medill. In regards to the letter received from the Township of Wilmot dated November the 7th, 2019, zone change 1119 Jackson Harvest Farms Limited, 1894-1922 Whitmer Road. The proposed Holman pit joins onto 1850 Whitmer Road on the left side of the property, which also butts up against the Witzel farm on the back. Plan shows the wash pits for gravel, but allow them to dig below the water table, about 75 to 80 feet down. There is a bush on both sides of the proposed wash pits, which will increase which will create an echo chamber that will increase the noise of the machinery involved in running these pits. It also be noted that we get the majority of our high winds out of the northwest, which will carry the sound and dust produced by these pits towards my house. My backyard of the house is 137 yards from the proposed wash pits. My water well, which is drinkable, is 150 feet deep, and the water table is at 80 feet. The wash pits will be on the same table as my water well. So I would like to know who will be responsible for our water when it becomes unusable, the township? And how long will we have to fix the problem at no cost to 1850 Whitmer Road? We have a sign on our road saying water protection. Why? Give me a second. Granite and sand filter the water system for safe drinking. I have a few questions. If the gravel pit goes in, who is going to fix the roads? Township or the gravel pit? And who's going to pay for it? Taxpayers? How many trucks are going to go up and down the road a day? What time are they going to start and stop? How many days can a pit be opened in a week? When the Cattleman expansion pit was put in, council said there would be no access onto Wilmot Township Roads 6 or Whitmer Road and Huron. The Boysen pit was given the exception to the Cattleman's agreement due to the fact it was not brought up to the council ahead of time and was missed. Are we going to allow the same mistake happen again? Why would you allow concrete and asphalt hauled into the pit when this will expand the life of the pit and the amount of trucks? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hart. So that completes the barn group. So at this time, we will, it's suggested that we take a 10-minute bio break. So we'll be back in 10 minutes, which is roughly 10 after 9, 9 after 9. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and our next delegation is Robert Gaboy.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
We can, Robert. You're welcome, and you have 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you. No to the Hallman Pit. The mission statement of the municipal, provincial, and regional governments has as its primary goals the health, safety, and well-being of the community. As this is your mission, you cannot vote yes. As part of the provincial policy statement, prime agricultural areas shall be protected for long-term use for agriculture. All the reports have some sort of statement concerning responsibility for the report or the decisions from the report. I'm going to give you a quote right from one. In no way are we liable for any harm, damages, costs, expenses, losses, claims, or actions that may result if the report or its recommendations are discovered to be inaccurate, incomplete, misleading, or fraudulent. What I'd like to bring to your attention is do not use the report as an excuse to vote yes, as the reports have errors and omissions. The floor of the gravel pit is too close to the aquifer, which the risk to the water supply far outweighs any benefits to the township. The plan is beyond just a gravel pit. We have wash ponds, crushers, asphalt productions, resulting in high usages of water, high noise, and unknown byproducts or side effects to our environment. There are no direct benefits to the Shingletown and surrounding area. The tax revenue the township will make from the pit comes nowhere near mitigating the risks involved to our water, safety, security, and health. There are no facts and reasons why you would vote yes to the pit. The only possible vote is no, due to the water security, safety, and health of the community. The risks are too high to vote otherwise. Before you give the vote, think carefully. How will you respond to your community and voters, who you are supposed to support and protect? Thank you very much, Mayor, for your time, and councillors. Please vote no. Cut me off.
Thank you, Robert. Our next delegation is Christina Harnack.
Good evening. Just doing a quick sound check that you can hear me okay. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, wonderful. I'm not able to see the timer in this mode, but I will. I'll start. So next slide, please. My name is Christina Harnack, and I live in Shingletown, and I've lived here for 7 years, and I'm opposed to the proposed Jackson Harvest Farms Hallman Pit. You heard my children's laughter in Lila's video, and their safety is front of mind for us. Next slide, please. I'm concerned about our water safety in a source water protected area, noise and air quality, the health and well-being of others, the proximity of numerous homes within the proposed setback area, and the negative effects on the environment and climate change. I am most concerned about the impacts to our physical and mental health. Next slides, please. And next slide again, please. The Development Services Staff Report prepared by Mr. Andrew Martin does not address the health and mental health impacts on the people who will reside near this proposed pit. Pictured here are some of the people who will be affected. In this report, Mr. Martin states that 2 batches of over 400 emails of objection were received along with 50 unique individual letters. And this has been at a time when information and access to being in community, as we see tonight, have been limited, yet clear objection from those who live within this community has been heard. The concerns not addressed include those of mental health. Next slide, please. And the greater risk of impaired cognitive function, neurodegenerative diseases, and the exposure of diesel emissions and fine particulate matter. These were formally communicated to Council on March 22nd, 2021, but no reference was made to this in Mr. Martin's report. I would ask you, Council, and Mr. Martin, why is this missing in your report, and who are your health experts, and when will they comment, and when will you comment on these risks? Furthermore, when citizens have engaged with members of Council for comment, a common response has been that Council wants to remain unbiased. By Mr. Martin not addressing all of our concerns or fully commenting on the peer-reviewed evidence and expert reports provided to you by Citizens for Safe Groundwater, you are actually appearing completely biased and favoring the evidence provided to you by the applicant. In your decision, I ask that you examine and comment on all the evidence and make sure that the experts who need to review that evidence be consulted, and that you present it and treat it with equal weight and credibility. In regards to health of seniors and children who are at the most risk of exposure to fine particulate matter, PM10 is related to increase of cardiopulmonary diseases, asthma, bronchitis, emphysema, and premature death, and those with pre-existing conditions. Next slide, please. Diesel emissions contain PM10 and can enter our bloodstream. And PM10 is actually smaller than the red blood cell and also considered toxic under the CEPA. The increase and load of large diesel trucks, 1 or more trucks every 2 minutes, according to the application, through our community will increase, and along with it, the amount of PM10 that my kids will be exposed to. Next slide, please. Evidence from the International Agency for Research on Cancer outlines diesel engine exhaust as carcinogenic to humans and linked to the lung cancer and bladder cancer. Next slide, please. Lancet Planetary, actually, sorry, go back. Lancet Planetary, using data from US and Ontario, published in 2020, identifies numerous conditions, but impaired cognitive function, accelerated cognitive decline, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, and dementia as a result of this PM10. Please revisit Ms. Chevalier's presentation on page 28 of the meeting minutes from March 22nd, 21, as they go on in more detail in terms of these adverse health impacts. Next slide, please. Wilmot Council can do more with this proposed pit, and you have some options. So number 1 is the regulation of auxiliary uses. Accessory operations bring the potential for unnecessary risk. So the wash ponds, for example, that are proposed can pose a negative impact to underground water quality. Wilmot Council, through your official plan, you can regulate accessory uses. And given the applicant's desire to add these wash ponds, use material stockpiles and fuel storage in a sensitive recharge area, please look at how you can restrict the uses of this property. Slide 10, please, or next slide, please. Second, the recommendation to further limit the impact with better livable hours of operation. So considering what is already in place and perhaps improving upon the Stephen Evans pit on Whitmer. And then finally, the implementation of a holding provision is needed to ensure that this will be an above water table pit. And if the application desires to go through the water table, that it would be required to submit the appropriate hydrological report to the region. Consider Jigs Hollow and Woolwich, whose holding provision was challenged by an aggregate operator and held up at the tribunal despite a PPS changes to vertical zoning policy. Next slide, please. As Ingrid very poignantly pointed out, in 2019, a climate emergency declaration was issued by Wilmot along with the region. In my delegation in 2020, I asked how this climate emergency delegation is impacting the decisions made by Wilmot Council. Next slide, please. I wonder, how will the rezoning of this property for industrial extraction help the township meet their greenhouse gas emission target reduction, but also furthermore, the most recent and commendable commitment to the 80% emissions reduction by 2050? Or rather, how will this gravel pit prevent the township from meeting this commitment? Climate change and climate emergency protection requires action, and it requires that action now, not just words of declaration. Next slide, please. This decision cannot be made lightly, as your decision on the rezoning in a source water protected area will be precedent setting. This precedent decision will put other areas in a source water protected area at further risk.
You're at 1 minute.
Waterloo Region, thank you, is unique in Ontario as we rely solely or almost exclusively on groundwater. What happens if this water be contaminated? And this precedent decision comes with great responsibility. Next slide, please. It is your job to represent those who have elected you and to make decisions in the best interest of our community and not those of one developer. Please go to the last slide, please. Mr. Cisco described neighbors very unfavorably this evening, unfortunately, but we are engaged. We are caring people who live here. We are listening. We are paying attention to your leadership. Actually, the previous slide, thank you. Please be courageous when you make the decision and vote no to this rezoning proposal. I would like to ask respectfully, how does the statement, "We should take only what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean," inform your decisions in matters of land and rezoning in Wilmot Region? Please vote no for the proposed Holman Pit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That was good timing, Christina. Thank you, Christina. Our next speaker is Helen Schrader.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome, Helen. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Helen Schroeder, and my husband's name is Ralph Schroeder. We have lived at 2106 Bleams Road in Shingletown for 27 years now and have felt truly blessed to live in this community. I'd like to give you some background as to how we came to live here and would like to express my concerns surrounding the Holman gravel pit proposal. As local residents in Shingletown, we are concerned about the effect putting in a pit so close to our homes will ultimately have if this is approved. I cannot believe that we are here today to discuss this issue and that it has come as far as it has, given the protest of the community thus far. We don't need nor want a gravel pit beside our homes. I have been a citizen of Wilmot Township since 1975. We moved away for a few years to Kitchener, but we were both so happy when the opportunity to buy the family property from Ralph's grandparents in 1995 became possible. We were so excited to be raising our own 3 children in Wilmot Township and having them be part of the thriving and loving community for their childhood. We believed it would be the perfect place for them to grow up. It felt like coming home for me, since it was a vision that I had always had for my family. We have a 20-acre property located directly north of the proposed Holman gravel pit owned by Rick Esba. We would have a direct line of sight to the land that will be mined for the next 30+ years. Right now, it's a quiet, beautiful farmland which can be seen for kilometers. We rent 15 acres of our own land to a neighboring farmer. We are concerned about losing the enjoyment of this idyllic and agricultural environment. Instead, we'll be staring at a huge berm, listening to loud machinery, feeling vibrations, seeing extra traffic coming through, and trying to deal with dust and potentially contaminated water. Another problem with the proposed pit are the health concerns. I suffer from asthma, and I also know some of my neighbors struggle with breathing issues. I worry that the fine particulates from the excavations and extra diesel from the trucks and excavators in the air may trigger and exacerbate an already sensitive condition that I have. I am also annoyed about the extra noise, and there will be extra noise, such as the constant beeping of heavy machinery, dump trucks, and vibrations that would carry into our community. There would be no reprieve given the hours the pit will be running. I know the noise will happen since a neighbor closer to us has had clean fill being delivered for the last few years, and we would hear the trucks as clear as day in our backyard. Environmental concerns are at an all-time high. Why are we still talking about this pit being placed right next to a residential area affecting land, air, and water quality, as well as quality of life for Shingletown? Not only that, it poses a safety threat for our children who may think it would be a good idea to explore a gravel pit. A simple berm would not be sufficient protection. Access to it wouldn't be that difficult for them. The threat of this pit has caused undue and unnecessary stress during COVID, when we have been concerned about our own personal health. In order to survive the pandemic, many of us saw our homes as a place of refuge. a place to replenish, and a place to keep us safe and healthy. The threat of this pit has already caused distress to the long-term residents. The number of home sales since this pit proposal has been in play in Shingletown has been noticeable and alarming, since some are seeing that there is no choice and it's better to get out while it's still good. This is a community of people who have been here for 30 or more years. It is such a shame that your taxpayers feel so shaken to remain in what has been their lifelong home. Through conversations with my neighbors, people are clearly unsettled and worried that the township will let us down and approve the pit. It is way too close for us. In your procedural bylaw for council protocols, the following points are listed as the duties of the council: to represent the public and to consider the well-being and interests of the township, and B, to develop and evaluate policies and programs of the township. The citizens and neighbors of your community chose and elected you to represent the citizens, and do what's best for the township. More importantly, we're a vast, rich resource of groundwater, which is a supply for the larger community of Waterloo Region. The term council comes from the Latin meaning a meeting, a gathering of people. It is the notion of a calling together. If this gravel pit goes in, we'll know that the township is not working together with the citizens of this community. If this is approved, the council is breaking our trust for the future. Our words should matter to you. Time and again, Citizens for Safe Groundwater have done their research to clearly show you the overwhelmingly negative consequences of placing a gravel pit where natural resources such as good farmland, natural habitats, and safe groundwater need to be preserved and taken care of. We already have enough gravel pits. We do not need any more gravel pits. Additionally, Mr. Esbaugh continues to push the envelope with asphalt and concrete recycling, which were not in the initial proposal. How can you rehabilitate land from those types of activities? It seems unlikely it would be successfully done, and the land pays for it, along with the residents. It also means more trucks, noise, and potential water and air contamination. Please try on the shoes of the citizens of Wilmot and walk for a while and see how you might feel having a gravel pit in your back or front yard. We implore you to please maintain our beautiful community and consider the long-term and irreversible damage that allowing this pit would cause. Any future pits should be located away from already established residences so that our community remains beautiful and safe to live in and continues to be a place where families would want to raise future generations. It is unfair and unjust to place the wants of one corporate individual over the needs of an entire residential community. I hope that you will consider our health and well-being carefully. You are our last hope to stop this. Thank you for your time and willingness to listen.
Thank you, Helen. Our next speaker is Rachel Rennie. Oh, sorry, I guess I misread there. Marilyn Hayes, sorry. My
No
mistake.
problem. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I'm here this evening as the chair of the Kitchener-Waterloo chapter of Council of Canadians, as well as the national board member representing the interests of chapters in Ontario and Quebec. The Council of Canadians stands for the interests of people, planet, and democracy, all of which are of concern this evening. Let's be clear, there is absolutely no need for yet another gravel pit in Waterloo Region, particularly given that none of the more than half dozen others in the area are being mined anywhere near capacity. This is about private sector profit, but at what cost? For the people, the children and adults of Shingletown, the fine aggregate in the air would put their health at considerable risk from inhaling particulates so microscopic they will invade lungs and blood vessels of everyone who lives there. This can have dire impacts, as you've heard this evening, on cognitive capacity over time. For the people of Waterloo Region, the mining in the area would compromise the natural filtration of our groundwater, upon which we rely totally for our current and future water supplies. For the taxpayers of the township and region, the massive wear and tear of enormously heavy vehicles every 2 minutes for 6 to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, will damage roads that were never built for such use, as well as providing considerable danger to those who live nearby. From the perspective of the environmental well-being of our planet here in Ontario, it's no secret that Ontario already mines 13 times the gravel ever needed or utilized in the province. Where these mines have been opened, even when only mined to limited capacity, they play havoc with groundwater supplies in washing the aggregate and producing those fine particulates that are so dangerous, and compromise watersheds, waterways, rivers, creeks, and groundwater filtration that both urban and rural users depend upon. This is an enormously high environmental cost to pay to support the speculative profit of a few developers. Finally, from a democracy perspective, surely the rights and health of urban and rural taxpayers and residents for clean air and water now and into our future, especially given the risks and unknowns presented by ever-escalating climate change, outweigh the interests of private sector speculators hoping for profit from totally unnecessary gravel mines. As others have pointed out, you voted unanimously to support the reduction of emissions by 50% by 2030. Operating this pit would directly act against the achievement of those objectives. I hope the council will refuse to amend the bylaws, thereby blocking this superfluous and dangerous mine. I would submit that no future permits be approved and that a full moratorium on all new excavations be implemented until there is a comprehensive provincial study to examine the actual future needs for gravel mining in the province of Ontario. These initiatives are underway across the province, so it is not simply this particular owner who hopes to get approval for the Holman pit who is coming up against these realities as we all grapple with the impacts on local inhabitants and upon our environment. Such a study of necessity would consider the full environmental impacts of any future gravel pit approvals. Thank you so much for your time this evening. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Marilyn. And now maybe I can get it right. Rachel Rennie. Welcome, Rachel.
There we go. Sorry, guys.
Right.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Armstrong and council members. I want to start by thanking you for your time this evening. I understand what a huge decision you must make tonight. While I read through my letter, I urge you to put yourself in our shoes. Please hear our concerns and take into consideration the enormous negative impact this operation would have on our community. Next slide, please. And one more. My name is Rachel Rennie. I live at 2094 Bleams and I object to the Holman gravel pit. This is a picture of my family. We are only some of the smiling faces that will be affected by this decision. May I remind you that this will negatively impact hundreds of people. Please help me to protect my family, my kids, my neighbors, and this lovely community. Next slide, please. A quick recap from my previous presentation. I spoke about the numerous health impacts a gravel pit brings forth. One main concern is silica. This airborne particle is classified as a chemical agent and as a regulated substance. Over time, exposure has been proven to cause forms of cancer, COPD, autoimmune diseases, and increasing susceptibility to infections. This is a major health concern, and consideration must be given to citizens living around gravel pit operations who will be exposed to elevated levels. Next slide, please. Another concern is the use of diesel fuel. Use of this fuel creates diesel emissions, which consist of many volatile compounds. As such, these emissions have been classified as carcinogenic. Health studies prove that diesel emissions are associated with increased risk to lung and bladder cancers. There is also ample evidence to show that sensitive subpopulations, such as the elderly and children, are at greater risk of adverse respiratory issues. So I'm asking you, how will you reduce and mitigate these health effects to the roughly 200 residents living within this area? The real answer here is that you can't. The only way is to say no to this pit. Next slide, please. I want to emphasize that the proposed pit sits on top of a protected drinking zone. There is no way to accurately know the effects of 30 years of mining until the damage has already been done. It just does not make sense to allow a pit to dig 1.5 meters above the water table. Let's also keep in mind that these water tables are not even, and neighboring wells can differ drastically. In a study done by Finland, it was reported that heavy metals and degrading organic substances, as well as viruses and bacteria, are retained relatively well in natural areas of the ground. This natural retention is weakened where gravel has been exposed, making the risk of groundwater contamination higher on extraction sites. Fecal coliform bacteria were also observed more in gravel extraction areas with increased nitrates. This is not something to take lightly. The Walkerton E. coli outbreak that infected 2,300 people and killed 7 was a result of fecal contamination. In this case, Wells 5 aquifer was prone to absorbing surface runoff from gravel soiled zones. Testing showed the ongoing deterioration in the quality of water from the well. The ministry failed to apply a provision to reclassify this existing well. There was no contamination alarms or emergency shutoffs. Due to the shallowness of well 5 and being surrounded by fractured bedrock, it was unusually susceptible to contamination. After heavy rainfall, manure was subsequently incorporated into the soil, contaminating well 5 with E. coli. We need to ensure municipal water safety. We are asking for irreversible damage by allowing a gravel pit to operate on top of an aquifer in a drinking protection zone. Next slide, please. Operating heavy equipment on top of protected groundwater comes with great risk and enormous complication. 1 drop of oil contaminates up to 100 liters of water. 1 blown hydraulic line on any piece of machinery has a possibility to contaminate millions of liters of water. An article from the International Journal of Engineering Research and Technology noted that diesel fuel mixtures of toxic chemicals pose enormous health risks mixed with groundwater. The permeability of soil is reduced with increasing diesel content, decreased liquid limit, and a decrease in internal friction. In other words, even the smallest spill alters the physical properties of the soil, inhibiting the natural filtration system. Even with a spill response team, you can only mitigate the impact on the environment. You cannot reverse the implications from a spill. Oil carried by rainfall may persist in the subsurface environment for decades. 20 years in the automotive industry, my husband has yet to see a piece of heavy equipment that does not leak some form of fluid. Next slide, please. After further research and attending a very informative call, I have learned that the Ontario government authorized the gravel mining industry to extract 13 times the amount of gravel each year than needed. It's no surprise that we are unable to fully recover the functions of the land once mined. In Wilmot Township, south of Whitmer Road, we already have 7 existing pits. Of the 200,000 tons extracted from these pits, only 10% of their capacity is used. Why would we approve the Holman pit when we already have functioning pits that could be used at full capacity? I struggle to understand how the benefit of one businessman outweighs the benefit of an entire community. Tri-City Material currently owns and operates 5 pits within the region and surrounding areas. The financial gain of this operation is not more important than the well-being of hundreds of citizens. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I am asking that as our council, you uphold the 6 core values of Wilmot. Please put our health and well-being first. Please support us as a community by not allowing this pit. Allow our children and legacy to live happy, healthy lives. Think forward on how this will impact climate change and pave the road for future pits. Allow Wilmot residents accessibility into making decisions that concern their well-being. And last, please balance economic development with community livability. Help us to say no to this pit. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Councillor Fenning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I just have a quick question about the diesel emissions. The concerns and studies about diesel emissions, does that is that data from before or after the introduction of DEF systems? Do you know the answer to that? Sorry, I have not been able to find the answer to that.
You know what? I can pull up. I have a huge article that I saved at work, so I'm happy to pull it up and go through it.
Okay.
We lost it. Okay. I don't know. Sorry.
How handy is it?
No, I have it saved at work, so I will pull it back up. Sorry, our internet here is awful, so I can't really hear you guys.
Well, can you email it to us and then council will get it?
Yes, you got it.
And send that to the clerk?
Sure can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next presenter is Yvonne Fernandez.
There we go. Good evening. It takes a little bit to navigate this process. Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Armstrong and councillors. I'm a familiar face to many of you as a former City of Kitchener councillor. Tonight, I've been listening to the presentations, as have you, with the data and reviewed the reports from your staff, the proponents, the residents, and their paid professionals. Your job is a difficult one tonight, balancing the needs of your community with the wants and the financial implications. I know, because I've sat on Kitchener Council for 8 years. I've read reports from city staff, I've listened to residents' concerns and reviewed documents and studies from developers and their consultants. But what I always wanted to keep in mind is that each of these groups had their agenda. Developers want to make a profit. Residents want to protect their property and one of the largest investments that we may make in our lives. City staff try to review the studies and documents based on their knowledge, guidelines set out by official plans, zoning bylaws, provincial policy statements, and many more. Their job is to present the reports on all the facts and policies. When there are questions from councillors that are difficult to answer, I know that staff try the best they can. What becomes challenging is when we as elected representatives come up against an application that may not sit well with our ethics and our morals. When we see red flags and discrepancies in reports from proponents versus reports paid for by our own community members out of their hard-earned dollars. Reports that go against what the proponent is telling us. When we see hundreds of residents coming out to meetings, rallies, signing petitions against a certain application, then we as elected representatives need to ask the question, who should we be listening to? It may very well not be the applicant, but our residents who have taken hours to comb through reports, spent their hard-earned dollars paying for experts and prepared presentations, as even when they're not comfortable doing so, and in a barn setting, no less, to argue against this proposal. As elected representatives, you are the ones who hold the cards. The buck stops with you. Threats by developers and proponents to go to the Ontario Land Tribunal should not be the influence by which you make your decisions. You can say no to a proposal that will damage and scar the landscape for decades. You must say no when groundwater will be affected by proponents' activities, because that is where we are getting our drinking water. It is your duty, according to the Safe Drinking Water Act that I referenced in my email to you today, to say no, to protect our future drinking water. Other elected officials like Mayor Sue Foxton have been challenging the needs for additional gravel pits. Aggregate industry is taking out 13 times more aggregate than is needed. You've heard this time and time again this evening. Permits are being issued without the need to show need for these pits, and pits are sitting dormant because it is not profitable to continue taking from these existing pits. It is your job, is it your job as an elected official to make sure that a particular developer or industry makes a profit? I would think not. It is your job, however, to represent the community that has elected you and to protect the agricultural areas, the groundwater, and our future drinking water. Despite the never-ending threats to take applications to what was renamed the Ontario Land Tribunal, you must vote ethically and morally, knowing that your community will lose. And what your community is asking you to do, protect your agriculture area, protect your community, and listen to the people who've elected you. It's not an easy decision tonight that you are up against, but I believe that you have what is in you to say no to this gravel pit. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Yvonne. Next is Paula Brown.
Start video.
Welcome, Paula.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Armstrong and councillors, especially my Ward 3 councillor, Barry Fisher. I've lived in Baden with my husband for 31 years. We moved from Kitchener in 1991 with our 2 young sons and have never wanted to live anywhere else. We love the quiet countryside setting, the clean air, and the wide open spaces. Because of our positive experience in Wilmot, I want our township neighbors in Shingletown to continue to enjoy the quiet rural community that they have grown up in and thrived in, some for several generations. I do not believe that one wealthy businessman should have the privilege of coming along and buying a piece of prime farmland behind and beside their homes and turning their happy and peaceful lives into a living hell. After over a 2-year licensing process, there are still many outstanding issues. I have chosen just 3 to comment on. 1, vibrations. The Cambridge Today newspaper reported on February 28, 2022, that a Delavan Drive resident told Cambridge councillors that noise from a gravel crusher beside her house, quote, regularly wakes her neighborhood with vibrations, that night shift workers can't sleep during the day, and that dust from the dense gravel pit is so bad they can't open their windows to let fresh air in. I can't find any mention of this problem of vibrations caused by gravel pits in either the region's final comments report or the Wilmot Development Services staff report. Why have vibrations, which not only cause cracks and damage homes, but also have a negative effect on one's sleep and mental health, been totally ignored? 2, property values. The Wilmot staff report does not address the issue of decreased property values. Obviously, the market value of their farm and residential properties will decrease if there is a zone change from agricultural to extractive industrial. It would be difficult to quantify the extent of the drop in market value, but I don't think that anyone would suggest that the impact would be negligible. 3, rehabilitation. Concerning land rehabilitation, the sad truth is that almost all the experts know that this gravel pit can never be returned back to prime agricultural condition. The regional staff report admits that, quote, no scientific evidence is available to show that a state-of-the-art soil rehabilitation process will result in meeting the test for soil rehabilitation to an agricultural condition. But The proponent's experts and peer reviewer state that the site will be rehabilitated back to agricultural condition. The provincial policy statement permits aggregate extraction in prime agricultural areas, provided the site is rehabilitated back to an agricultural condition, meaning the same areas and average soil capability are restored. So, how can the Wilmot staff report state on page 3 that the applicant has demonstrated compliance with the PPS, when both the regional and Wilmot staff acknowledge that the Holman pit will likely never be compliant? Provincial political considerations. The Wilmot staff report implies that council's hands are tied by the province and that you are powerless to vote your conscience against this application. There will be a provincial election on June 2nd, and Premier Doug Ford, who would like to be re-elected, was quoted as saying this about the proposed gravel pit in Campbellville. Quote, "I'm not in favor of the Campbellville quarry. I believe in governing for the people. And when the people don't want something, you don't do it. It's very simple. I know the mayor doesn't want it. No one wants it. I don't want it. We are going to make sure it doesn't happen one way or another." Also, in this current election cycle, I suspect that it is increasingly less likely that Steve Clark, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario, would consider issuing a minister's zoning order to the applicant if our community is against it. Witness the turnaround in Cambridge when the Blair Village community fought against the warehouse MZO and were successful. Steve Clark also rescinded MZOs in Stratford and in Pickering as a result of community uproar and council's backtracking. I think that there should be a law to protect people from having their lives ruined by a gravel pit. Well, in fact, there is a law. It's called a zoning bylaw. That's one reason why we have zoning bylaws, to protect residential and farm communities from being destroyed by industrial noise, dust, vibrations, and heavy traffic. Shingletown residents have done nothing to deserve such a dramatic downgrade in their quality of life. If you vote against rezoning the property, the law will continue to protect them, as it was designed to do. Finally, in response to the question, why would we need an 8th pit, given that there are already 7 existing gravel pits that are operating at 10% capacity on Whitmer Road? The staff report answers, the PPS specifically prohibits municipalities from requiring a demonstration of need or making a decision on the basis of availability, designation, or licensing locally or elsewhere. As outdated as this policy is, I would like to suggest that the province cannot prohibit you from representing your constituents who are depending on you to protect their quality of life, their mental and physical health, their farmland, their well water, and their property values. Please, just listen to what this community, your community, wants and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Our next speaker is Rory Farnan.
Good evening.
Evening, Rory. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Rory Farnan, and I am a resident of Mannheim. I am here to reinforce my opposition to ZCA-11-19. It's been over 2 years since the initial public meeting. This photo certainly seems an appropriate visual of where this meeting should be held at tonight. Special mention to the folks who had to brave the cold to delegate in a barn tonight in order to make their voices heard. Next slide, please. Our core values, often described as our fundamental beliefs, guiding principles that dictate decision-making, helping people to understand the difference between right and wrong. And there is so much that is wrong with this application. Wilmot Council must remain true to its core values. Tonight, Council must say no to this zone change application. Next slide, please. Prime farmland, protected by the provincial policy statement. An independent peer review of the agricultural impact study commissioned by the Region of Waterloo and conducted by Michael Hoffman, a 50-year expert, concluded that this application has not presented any scientific evidence to confirm rehabilitation will conform to the PPS. Allow me to repeat, no scientific evidence and nothing produced in writing directly from any governing provincial agency providing an exemption to this zone change application. A contradiction to the PPS is justification to vote no. Next slide, please. NIMBY, not in my backyard, also known as name calling, a negative term often used to explain a community's opposition to a zone change. But what about our experts? The community has presented legitimate expert peer reviews. Experts who collectively amount to over 200 years of combined experience. And while there's been acknowledgement that these reports exist, very little has actually been done to adequately address them. Next slide, please. Concerns about air quality in close proximity to Shingletown. The stockpiling of used materials in a sensitive water recharge area. The potential for impacts that could negatively affect neighboring agricultural, institutional, spiritual, and recreational operations. This zone change application has not checked all of the boxes. In addition, the possibility that the proposed haul route using Whitmer Road violates the long-standing and respected Cattlelands Agreement, a legal binding agreement that was signed by the Township of Wilmot, which could leave us in a very sticky conundrum with a township-operated road. Next slide, please. In Brant County, the Slack family is a living example of what it's like to live across from a gravel operation. Quote, all of our belongings and property are under a constant layer of dust and grit. This airborne dust isn't good for anyone, including their own people. They do try to water it down several times a day, though it dries very fast and seems even worse afterwards. Ortic's peer review has concluded gaps do exist within the applicant's air quality assessment, which Ortec has attempted to fill using realistic data monitoring and professional judgment. The result, a troubling conclusion. The applicant suggests no risk. The expert worst case scenario extends far beyond the hamlet of Shingletown. Meet them in the middle, and Shingletown's health and well-being is at center stage. Next slide, please. If council is going to approve this zone change, please utilize the tools that are available to mitigate that risk. Wilmot Official Plan, Section 7.1.1.7 enables council the ability to restrict auxiliary activity on this property. There must be a condition made by the township that the applicant is restricted to resource extraction only, meaning no wash ponds, no crushing equipment, no stockpiling of used materials. Take what you absolutely need from the ground. Take it alone. Next slide, please. If you were to tell me that Cambridge City Council would vote unanimously in favor of supporting a developer-led MZO that would bring economic growth to the city on a property that is already zoned industrial, then turn a 180, vote down that same project a year later with a developer that is known to go to the provincial land tribunal like our planner suggested tonight, well, I'd probably suggest we were both out to lunch. However, when it counted, council voted no. Why? They voted no because of their core values, the same values the community commonly share together. Next slide, please. So, whether it's an industrial warehouse or an industrial gravel pit, the industrial application makes little difference. They have experts, we have experts. The developer is saying yes, the community is saying no. Village of Blair, Village of Shingletown, citizens versus applicant, David versus Goliath. We're doing this for the health and well-being of our community, to preserve the fabric of our shared countryside. The applicant is doing it for profit. Only question I have for council tonight is, whose side are you on? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Art. Our next speaker is Barbara Schumacher. Welcome, Barbara. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go
Thank you
ahead.
so much. That was a bit awkward. Sorry about that. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of 50 by 30 WR. We applaud Council's decision on March 28th to support the call to the province for a moratorium on gravel mining until an independent panel of experts can conduct a review and make recommendations that guarantee gravel mining does not compromise groundwater for future generations and does preserve gravel, which is a finite resource. Climate justice highlights other priorities, including prevention of destruction of natural habitat and preservation of fertile soils, reconciliation with Indigenous people regarding treaty promises and stewardship of the land. We are asking Wilmot Council to refuse the zoning change now, wait for the expert evaluation and recommendations proposed by the moratorium on gravel mining, and then reassess the township needs with the best interest of a safe, just climate future and the health and safety of current residents protected. In its 2008 report, A Greener City for All, Dig Conservation Not Holes, the Toronto Environmental Alliance writes, quote, "If we don't change our current aggregate usage, renewing and building the GTA's infrastructure will destroy precious agricultural land and world-renowned natural spaces in the Greenbelt. The key recommendations of this report call for the GTA municipalities to adopt a 3 Rs approach: reduce, reuse, and recycle, to aggregate consumption in order to ensure GTA infrastructure does not destroy the ecological integrity and the agricultural livelihood of the Greenbelt. It also recommends that municipalities urge the province of Ontario to develop new aggregate policies that mandate the 3 Rs and promote the production of sustainable aggregate." End of quote. Further writing about the environmental impacts of aggregate extraction, quote, "Less than half of the land disturbed for aggregate production between 1992 and 2001 has actually been rehabilitated. The province classifies pits and quarries as interim uses of the land and requires 100% rehabilitation of pits and quarries. Clearly, this requirement is not being met. Destroyed ecosystems and source water aquifers are irreplaceable. This is not an interim land use. The landscape is blotted with destructive pits and quarries, and species of all kinds endure permanent negative impacts. End of quote. What transformations in the construction industry and in the types of materials used will be necessary for a sustainable future? How will these changes determine land use decisions regarding aggregate extraction? In a Science Direct series on civil and structural engineering published in 2018, the author writes, "The responsibility of achieving an eco-efficient concrete structure lies on the industry stakeholders, including the material producers. Of importance is the potential of structural engineers in reducing the environmental impacts of concrete structures through selecting eco-efficient repair and rehabilitation systems, which consume less natural raw materials and induce less carbon dioxide emissions, while providing the same reliability with a much longer durability." End of quote. In another Science Direct series published in 2021, the author writes, "The recent and growing trend to manufacture concrete with aggregate recycled from construction and demolition waste has contributed to the implementation of circular economy principles in the construction industry." End of quote. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario writes, "Municipal governments have significant responsibilities for the siting of all land uses, including aggregate extraction. Municipal governments must then deal with the impacts of the site on water resources, neighbors, haul routes, road damage from heavy hauling, pit rehabilitation, and safety for traffic and pedestrians." Wilmot Council will be considering all of these impacts tonight while making the decision regarding the zoning change requested for the Hallman Pit. Is there urgency to make a zoning change now? No, apparently not, given that there are already 7 pits which extract only 10% of the licensed capacity. Does the climate emergency demand that we reevaluate the construction industry's future need for aggregate? Yes, most certainly. A new UN report on climate change was released today. Scientists report harmful carbon emissions from 2010 to 2019 have never been higher in human history, and is proof that the world is on a fast track to disaster. Antonio Guterres has warned that it's now or never to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. We know this moment in history calls for courage and openness to new ways of thinking and doing. Business as usual is not good enough. In fact, it is irresponsible. The least we can do is to demand our province act on the demand for a moratorium now. The best we can do is to wait for climate-informed expert evidence to guide decision-making about sustainable aggregate. I am asking Wilmot Council to take the wise path forward. Please refuse this zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Our next speaker is Steph Gertz.
Pardon me, through you, Mayor Armstrong. It appears as though Ms. Gertz hasn't signed on to the attendee list. At this point in time, we have reached out to her. We haven't heard back from her at this point in time. So unless she's attending with somebody's account other than her own, it appears as though we don't have her here. Perhaps we can move on to the next delegation, and when Ms. Gertz joins us, we'll let council know at that time.
Very good, thank you. Then we will move on to Kevin Thomason. Welcome, Kevin.
Good evening.
You have 7 minutes, sir.
Excellent. Thank you. Honorable Mayor, councilors, and guests. My name is Kevin Thomason, and I am a longtime Wilmot resident and community advocate from Cedar Grove Road. After 3 years of meetings, delegations, and presentations, along with countless letters, emails, and phone calls, what is there left to say that you haven't already heard? Yet, you see people lined up here by the dozens to speak tonight. This is new. In past decades, so many aggregate operations were approved in our township and region with far less citizen input or objection. But as this council demonstrated firsthand just the other day, with the unanimous approval of a motion calling on a moratorium on gravel pits, we are in a new era. People are worried and increasingly speaking up for the future that they want to see. Climate experts are increasingly panicked, and an entire generation of young people are already suffering from climate despair. There are people protesting this pit and every pit. Your decision here tonight, while it carries the guise of a simple zone change, we all know will change these lands forever. From agricultural and natural heritage lands to an extractive industrial designation. As much as there is a false hope and pipe dream of rehabilitation, there has never been an acre of gravel pit returned to productive prime farmland in Wilmot Township. Almost every aggregate pit ever approved in Ontario languishes in some forlorn, depleted state, with at least at best tufts of grass here and there and scattered abandoned piles of dirt with puddles and ponds and water bodies in various states of disarray. We all know that pit rehabilitation is a joke in Ontario. Even Wilmot Township's own pit is more of an embarrassment and liability than something to brag about. We all know that despite all the conditions listed for this pit, there will be few inspections, if ever, and no enforcement or follow-up, as pit after pit across our province has proven repeatedly. We know that not nearly enough aggregates are recycled, and that there's little effort to improve the practices because the way the aggregates trump everything in Ontario, and there are such tremendous profits to be made. This is not sustainable in any way. There is no correlation between the destruction and actual need. Aggregate mining is out of control and is irreparably destroying so much of the best farmland that we have, while also threatening and destroying our precious groundwater. Our community has no pipelines to the Great Lakes. We're solely dependent on our local watershed for all our water needs, and we must live carefully within the carrying capacity of our lands. Some of our watersheds in Wilmot Township are already severely stressed and compromised. With huge growth forecasts and thousands of more township residents to feed and sustain in the years ahead, we can't be destroying our farms, aquifers, groundwater recharge areas, and losing millions of liters of water like this. Our planet is at the breaking point. It is time to say no and ensure that our grandchildren are proud of our legacy. Our region is renowned for being pioneers, be it the blue box that is now a global standard, ESPA areas, our countryside line, rapid transit, no smoking bylaws, and so many other things that are now taken for granted. Yet, at the time, each one of these things took bold politicians going out on a limb and taking big risks. Opposition to every single one of these incredible initiatives was daunting, and there were tremendous battles at the time. Across Ontario, municipality after municipality has been unanimously approving declarations for aggregate reform and moratoriums on seeing any more farmland destroyed for yet more gravel pits. We're already losing 175 acres of rural farmland each and every day in Ontario. Canadians are demanding better, but we need more than just words and rhetoric. I don't think that any elected official who has called on Doug Ford to act with this recent moratorium actually believes the Premier is really going to do anything but ignore them completely. We know the provincial aggregate standards are too lax, outdated, and have been skewed dramatically to be in the interest of the operators, not the greater public good. However, things are changing rapidly. There is a provincial election in just a few weeks and a municipal election in just a few months. We have only 91 months remaining to halve our greenhouse gas emissions by an astounding 50% just to meet our Paris Accord commitments by 2030. So many concerning aggregate pits, urban sprawl subdivisions, industrial developments, and attacks on our natural ecosystems are being appealed by an increasingly concerned citizens that even with last week's OMB funding increase announced by Doug Ford, it will still be years before all these cases are heard at the Ontario Land Tribunal or courts. By then, our world will have changed even more dramatically. Wilmot citizens are not going to be upset to see our tax dollars spent at the Ontario Land Tribunal or in court protecting our local farmland, water, and communities. We're all here tonight because we're upset that our government isn't meeting our expectations, matching our values, or doing enough towards the future that we are so increasingly concerned about. We all want to be on the right side of history, and we need to draw a line in the sand, or gravel in this case, and we want you to stand up tonight and say no. Please be the leaders that we hoped we'd elected. Be brave, for citizens remember positively the people who stood strong by their values and took bold actions, while also being extremely cynical at those who call for a gravel pit moratorium one week and then astoundingly approve a new gravel pit the following week. In conclusion, we have no gravel shortage in Wilmot. The sand and gravel has laid here for millions of years, and there'll be lots of time to figure things out in future years if there is ever a need. We must do better. Please reject this zone change application tonight. It is not in the best public interest, nor the township's best interest. Please ensure that Jackson Harvest Farms doesn't become Final Harvest Farms. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next speaker is Mike Bockwell.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mike. You're muted, sir.
Thank you for telling me I'm muted. Okay, start my clock here so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, Honorable Mayor, Council, and guests, thank you. I'm Mike Balkwell, and I work for the Water Watchers, a nonprofit environmental advocacy group. We support community groups to protect water in their community. I also work with the Reform Gravel Mining Coalition. And last week, as we've heard many times tonight, Wilmot Council passed a motion supporting a moratorium on new gravel mining approvals in Ontario, and I'd like to say thank you. Your council's support is part of a growing movement by municipalities across Ontario who want to see limits on gravel mining in Ontario. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. There are three things I want to present to you for your consideration. First of all, Rick Esbaugh is essentially involved in land speculation. Rick bought land in the hope that he could get it rezoned for an open pit gravel mine. That's a gamble, a gravel gamble. And Rick Esbaugh is a gravel gambler. Now, fair ball to him. That risk is on him. But Wilmot Council has no obligation to participate in Rick's land speculation to be part of his gravel gamble and expose the community to risks. Rick Esbaugh is entitled to make an application, but that's all. Wilmot Council has the option to say no. I think you will agree with me it's unfortunate that if you do say no, Rick can appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. It's the view of many people that no should mean no. However, the Ontario government has biased the approval system to favor gravel gamblers like Rick. It's exactly because of this bias in favor of the aggregate industry that municipalities like Wilmot are supporting a moratorium on new gravel mining approvals to increase the influence of municipalities and communities on where gravel mines are located. Now, the planning and the noise expert and the lawyer representing Citizens for Safe Groundwater have given you legitimate reasons to say no to the Hallman pit. I won't repeat their reasons. However, I will say why it is important that you say no. This application will be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Rick Esbaugh will appeal it if you say no to his gravel gamble, and Citizens for Safe Groundwater will appeal it if you say yes. But when you say no, you will significantly increase the chances of the community persuading the Ontario Land Tribunal to say no to Rick Esbaugh. You saying no counts, it matters. Saying no to Rick Esbaugh does not create any risk for Wilmot Council. Wilmot Council is not under any obligation to be a party to the OLT appeal. You may choose to do that, but you're not required to do that. It will take quite a while for the appeal to move forward. A future council can decide if and how it wants to participate in an appeal of the Holman Pit to the OLT. You can show you believe it's important to protect water, farmland, and the community's health and safety by voting no. It's an important statement and principle that you, as leaders in the community, are entitled to make. My third and final point is that the proposed Holman Pit is not necessary, and you've heard this statistics several times tonight, so I won't repeat them all back to you because I'm sure you've learned them by now. But Shingletown does not need the Holman Pit. It already has several. Wilmot Township does not need the Holman Pit. It has many. And Ontario does not need the Holman Pit because as our coalition has demonstrated, the Ontario government has licensed 13 times more gravel for extraction than is consumed each year. The neighborhood, the township, and the province do not need the proposed Holman Pit. And as you've heard tonight, and we'll hear more, the community doesn't want it. Rick Esbaugh is the only person who wants this pit, and he is the only person who will benefit from it. You've heard many of the reasons why this creates risks to the community's drinking water, farmland, air quality, community safety, and more. I won't add to that list now. I will say this. Rick Esbaugh wants you to roll the dice on the risks to the health and well-being of your community so that he can profit from his gravel gamble. Rick Esbaugh is the only one who will win from his Holman Pit gravel gamble. Everyone else in Wilmot Township will lose. I urge you to vote no to Rick Esbaugh's gravel gamble and the proposed Holman Pit, and I thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Our next speaker is Susan Bryant. Welcome, Susan.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Armstrong and Wilmot Council members and citizens. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, but I'm also really impressed with having the opportunity to listen to the delegations tonight. It's been a long night, but what an inspiring bunch of Wilmot citizens you have. I'm not a citizen of Wilmot, but I am here on behalf of the Grand River Environmental Network and Apt Environment in Woolwich Township, Elmira. I've been dealing with the issue of groundwater contamination in Elmira for 30 years. And I want to sketch briefly the story about protecting groundwater, well, about the Elmira water crisis and its aftermath as a cautionary tale about protecting groundwater before it becomes contaminated. It's a story I know well. The disastrous groundwater and surface water contamination in Elmira, which was identified in 1989, was and is one of the worst such events in Ontario. So 30 some years later, that's now, the Elmira community, the region, the Ontario Ministry, the chemical facility that still operates on that site, as well as Ontario taxpayers, are still expending considerable time, effort, and money dealing with the fallout. And that will go on for the foreseeable future. So it's a cautionary tale. When our family moved to the peaceful town of Elmira in the mid-70s, I never dreamed that activism around groundwater would become a big part of my life. I didn't even know what groundwater was, though it was what came out of my taps. But everyone in Elmira in 1989 learned all about it when we suddenly discovered our aquifers were lost, our municipal wells shut down because our tap water was toxic. So as Joni Mitchell sings, you don't know what you've got till it's gone. And we learned a lot really fast. So over the next weeks and months, we learned that our very productive aquifer, the town's water supply, about 300 meters underground, was contaminated with a toxic brew of hundreds of chemicals. The source was the Territorial Chemical Company, where over 40 years production wastes had been buried in pits all over the site, as well as dumped into overflowing lagoons and into the creek, which flowed through the middle of the property. These included toxic pesticides, fertilizers, DDT, and dioxins from the production of Agent Orange during the Vietnam War, the only place in Canada where it was produced, little old Elmira. The soil and water on the site was, and still is, saturated with chemicals. The contaminant plume still extends under about half the town. Fortunately, only one chemical, the carcinogen NDMA and nitrosodimethylamine, the one that was most soluble in water, had reached the 2 municipal wells which served the town. But we've never found out for how long we were drinking contaminated water from those wells from our taps. So in the early 90s, while Elmirans filled jugs of clean water from tanker trucks brought to the fire station, the region of Waterloo scrambled to build an emergency pipeline from the KW water system to bring water to Elmira. And in the early 90s, lawyers wrangled over what should be done in several long hearings before the Environmental Appeal Board, longest hearings ever in Ontario. The Elmira disaster was thus a story in the media for years, and Elmira suffered the humiliation of being known far and wide as a contaminated community. The Ontario Ministry of Environment finally ordered the company to do the following. 1, excavate some of the buried waste pits on their site. 2, contain the contaminated aquifers under their property to keep it from spreading further off the site. And 3, clean up the off-site aquifer to drinking water quality in 30 years. That would be by 2028. So about 12 extraction wells on the Territorial property and about 8 off the property around the town pump contaminated water out of the aquifers, treat it with a complicated system to remove the contaminants, and then dump the water into the creek. That has gone on for decades and will go on for the foreseeable future. The idea is to prevent the contamination from spreading. It's now clear that the pump and treat method can't achieve the goal of restoring drinking water to the aquifer by 2028. The aquifers will likely never be clean enough to provide drinking water. Everybody agrees on that. So the key moral of the story is a bad news lesson. Once groundwater is contaminated, it can't be uncontaminated. So preventing groundwater contamination in the first place is the only real fix.
Your time, Susan.
There's also a good news lesson in the Elmira experience. I've learned that the vigilance and action of ordinary local citizens and their local government representatives make a real difference in making
Susan, that's
keeping
your time. You
our
have to.
water clean. So I ask that, I know that your community is doing that, and I hope that your
Susan.
local government will help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Our next speaker is Anne Dupuy. Correction on that, it's Patricia Chevalier.
Good evening.
Welcome, Patricia. You have
Thank
7
you.
minutes.
Okay, and I won't take it personally that you jumped over me to Anne.
I know, my
It's okay. It's okay.
late
And then-
night vision.
So thank you, Mayor Armstrong and councillors, for allowing me to speak to you tonight. I appreciate the time. I just want to direct my first statement to Councillor Fanning, because she asked a question of Rachel Rennie about diesel emissions. And I did a presentation a year ago on that. And I know for a fact that all diesel emissions at this time, post 2010, as well as before 2010, contain fine particulate matter. 90% of all solid emissions, solid diesel emissions, are fine particulate matter. Does that answer your question?
Sorry, through the mayor, sort of. So then what has been the impact of the introduction of DEF systems on that those particulate emissions?
I think there was a filtration system, if I understand that piece, but I think any emission contains fine particulate matter. Gasoline engines contain slight amounts of it. Diesel engines just contain more. So I'm not an engineer. I don't know how to explain what the actual limitations were from
Sorry,
the
Patricia,
DEF process.
the question is cutting into your presentation time.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm not going to take that long anyway. So,
Okay.
but I can research that. I'm sure Rachel will send you something as well. But anyway, it is in current diesel engine emissions as well. In any case, so we no longer live in Shingletown. We did live in Shingletown. We moved away and we reside in Waterloo currently. And I guess, you know, when I think about the whole process, right after we moved to Shingletown, we met with Chair Redmond and a couple of her staff, one of whom was the Director of Community Planning. And at that time, when we asked questions about the gravel pit, the Director of Community Planning said that likely the gravel pit would go forward unless there were clear indications that sensitive receptors would be negatively affected by the gravel pit. Well, I think we have proven over and over again through our research. I think Mr. Manser's presentation tonight was exceptional in showing us how far-ranging the dust and air pollution from the gravel pit will be, and that the combination of dust, silica, diesel emissions, and whatever else is in there is going to impact the health of the community. So sensitive receptors, you know, we have people who live in Shingletown, we have people that live on Whitmer Road, we have people that go to the church, that go to the schools, daycares. Those are the two big ones that they can concern themselves with. So I think that, to me, that statement was pretty unequivocal when Ms. Sergi made it in 2019. And I think we've proven that. And it kind of puzzles me why this isn't taken into consideration more clearly. I think we know that the ancillary things, I don't know what to call them, ancillary whatever undertakings that Mr. Esba is planning, his asphalt recycling, his gravel crushing, his wash ponds, they will just create more, but the gravel pit itself will create tons and noise pollution and, the cognitive and mental health, as well as physical impairment that will result from that, is quite appalling to me and always has been. I couldn't believe when we first moved to Shingletown that this would even be entertained. And I guess the Ford government has told us that reasonable considerations for health and well-being are no longer a compelling reason, but I disagree. And I hope as a council that you disagree as well. I hope that, you put yourself in the place of the Rachel Rennies and Christina Harnacks and Rory Farnans and Sam Learnouts and say to yourself, if I lived there, I wouldn't want my children to be exposed to this either. I just hope that the information presented by our experts has a real impact on how you move forward with this. And I appreciate your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patricia. Now we'll go to Anne.
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Anne. Go ahead. You have your 7 minutes.
Okay, there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, councillors, and neighbors and friends that are listening in here tonight. This is my third time addressing council, and I welcome the opportunity today because we're getting to the end of this race. My family and I have been residents of Shingletown for 40 years, and we've enjoyed Wilmot Township with our children and now with our grandchildren. And as others have said, I do applaud council's decision to join their voice, which is our community voice, with the many other municipalities and cities that support a moratorium on further gravel pit development. I was happy to hear that. And my question is this: how can anyone think that a gravel pit abutting a community won't have any negative effects? I'm convinced that this development should not proceed, and I want to go on record as fiercely opposing this gravel pit. Drinking water risks, dust, noise, loss of prime agricultural land, environmental issues, these are all issues that have been addressed by leading experts in their respective fields, and the reports all raise more questions than answers. These experts have identified missing and inadequate reports by the developer, and it seems to me that a lot of these reports have simply been dismissed. I find that absolutely appalling. I'm just going to mention three. We heard another one tonight about the air quality, but the ones that I was looking at, Wilf Rulland, the experienced, well-known and respected hydrogeologist who's done peer reviews of many aggregate applications around the province, he identified 5 main shortcomings of the pit that, as far as I know, haven't been addressed. And I'm asking you to challenge the developer's reports. with the leading experts' findings about the dangerous risks to our drinking water safety. No amount of risk is acceptable where our water is concerned. I'm sure everybody would agree to that, especially in a source water protected area. And then there's Douglas Huber, a professional geoscientist who's worked for the Ministry of the Environment as a water quality specialist for over 29 years, is known internationally, and he helped write some section of the government's response to the Walkerton inquiry, among many other accolades. He's written a detailed report about the very serious potential surface water and hence groundwater issues. I can't begin to understand how this could be ignored. Those issues need a serious response in detail provided to the community at large. They're not trivial issues. They're issues that pose a serious threat to maintain our access to clean drinking water. Another one is the developers traffic impact study. It's not showing the true impact of additional truck traffic. The third-party report by the True North Safety Group's Mr. Russell Brown Lee, he shows detailed maps of dangerous sightlines, inadequate road conditions. It's an expert's, a professional opinion. It's not just any ordinary citizen. And even as an ordinary citizen, I mean, I'd ask you, have you driven down Whitmer Road? Have you stopped at the intersection of Whitmer and Queen and tried to look both ways as you make a turn? It is hard there, hard to see. Safety hazards that are obvious to the ordinary citizen and backed up by the experts' reports, they can't be ignored. These experts and others, they have nothing to gain by objectively stating their findings. It's what they do as a profession. And as the expression goes, this is not their first rodeo. When these highly credentialed, vastly experienced, totally respected experts in their field raise serious concerns about the risks to safety that this gravel pit can pose, and their evidence and facts are dismissed, there's something seriously flawed in the decision-making process. This is what I find most upsetting. We need collaboration, open discussion with respect and regard due to the community. Please don't just value the developers' reports and dismiss the Citizens for Safe Groundwater third-party experts. Up to this point in time, I find it disappointing and almost scary that the very government we elected to represent us, to stand up for us objectively, to understand what is going on, seems to be ignoring the information and evidence it's being handed on a silver platter and not responding to it or us as citizens adequately or even at all. So I sincerely hope that you as council members, as my elected representatives in this matter, will take time to pause and examine what the third-party experts are saying. Please don't make any important decisions without thoroughly examining all the evidence that you have available to you. There are conflicting statements that you need to have answers for. And if you don't have them, get them, find them. The community is counting on you to protect our groundwater, our farmland, our environment, our very health, because this is not a done deal. You may say, well, our hands are tied by provincial legislation. And I say that is a cop-out. The third-party reports give substantial grounds to pause and examine your next course of action. We are counting on you to stand up for us with the truth. Challenge decisions. Don't take the easy way out and rely only on selected reports that seem to support the development of this pit to the detriment of our community and their very health, while ignoring serious key issues that have not been addressed. That is not integrity. There are two ways to do things, the easy way and the right way. Please choose the right way and say no to the rezoning for this gravel pit. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Our next speaker is Linda Lapel.
So the sound is on.
Yes, we can hear you, Linda. Welcome and go ahead. You have 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Linda Lepler. I live on lot 11, north of Bleems Road. Next slide. Unknown to provincial approval authorities, this would be the first time in Ontario's history that a former industrial scale feedlot would be converted to a gravel pit. An agricultural brownfield, once housing thousands of cattle without proper manure storage, near and in a source water protected area. There was no box to tick in any of the study templates to consider this reality, since the environmental site assessments were limited to a few small locations explored, and the record of site condition filed with the ministry describes the property as being rezoned from residential to industrial. Next slide. The farming community is very grateful to Mr. Esper for all the site cleanup done over the last 3 years and bringing a number of fallow acres back under the plow. In this above water table gravel pit proposal, however, wash ponds are designed to operate in the water table. Next slide. To demonstrate the distance between the pit and the public wells. Next slide. In nature, surface water flows in every direction. See the Grand River or the Ness River. Water underground has similar flow patterns. The difference in chemistry measured at regional wells K50 and 51, pumping from the same depth, only 10 meters apart, are proof water flow to these wells does come from 2 different directions. Therefore, there is no guarantee that water will flow away from the regional wells uphill into the gravel pit. Next slide. The regional wells are not included in this chart, but they are in a low overburden perched aquifer, and the intake screens starts only 23 meters below the pit floor. Next slide. This current map was not mentioned in the studies. Next slide. The study claimed there are no private wells within 2.5 kilometers south of Whitmer Road, but public well record prove differently. Next slide. The region has an existing road salt issue in its groundwater. Currently, turn on the light. Currently, water from Shingletown well fields is low on salt and is used to mix with saltier waters from urban area wells to keep your drinking water from tasting salty. The recommendation for dust control equals the amount needed to keep 100 kilometers of road ice-free at a 1 snow event, or 100 applications over 1 kilometer. Next slide. The proponent will adjust the pit floor elevation if future groundwater elevations arise as a result of impacts from climate change. So if a needed pit floor adjustment is not due to climate change, does it need to happen? And who will and how would it be determined that the need is due to climate change? Next slide. The blue dot, an existing well 3 times as deep as K50 and 51. The wellhead is within the recycling area with no separation distance given. The gravel wash and recycling area looks small for hosting all 3 activities. Accessory uses would be allowed in the woodlot by the pond, that's zone 11 open space area, and could end up being used for storage of asphalt and other material or machinery. Next slide. The brown patches in the picture is runoff from an asphalt storage area. A 30-meter distance between the recycling area and the wash ponds are no guarantee for safety. In reality, a picture like this could be expected in the Halman pit too. Next slide. The waters in aggregate wash ponds are considered industrial sewage by the Ministry of the Environment and require environmental compliance approval. Sewage works for the collection, transmission, treatment, disposal, and reuse of wash water from proposed aggregate wash plants. Next slide. The protection offered by the ministry through the ECA and other legislation is minimal at best. It solely depends on self-reporting of the operating pit owner to the ministry. the water protection we could expect in the future would be paper thin. A big thank you again to Jackson Harvest Farm for the cleanup done so far and for the consideration not to add salt to injury at this unique site. Councillor, please let nature continue to heal this farm property and vote no to the proposal. Next slide. There was a lot of research done and info provided on early white settlement for the wider Wilmot area and very little info about the indigenous history of the Baden Hills, sacred to native communities for many centuries. Next slide. Why have this discoveries made here? Next slide. In 2016, there were still ruins of the original farm and rows of trees standing northwest of the Witzel Pond. Next slide. Erosion and soil movement by the land clearing a year or two prior to the archaeological study exposed enough artifacts buried deeper into the field to trigger a stage 4 archaeological assessment. Next slide. Therefore, it can be assumed at this site will contain a wealth of artifacts ready to be discovered, and an expert would need to be on site every time topsoil is moved. Next slide. There was no connection made to the 2 known indigenous villages and burial site within the 2 kilometers. Next slide. There is legislation to do more research if needed, but who would spot artifacts from the cab of a dozer or dump truck? Next slide. It is only about 7 generations since this land was taken from the stewardship of our native brothers and sisters. If we continue to rezone and develop without thinking, in another 7 generations, there will be no land left in Waterloo region to grow any food. So who gives us the right to use Mother Nature's resources at a speed as if there is no tomorrow?
That's your time, Linda.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. At this time, it's about 9 minutes to 11, and the curfew for the meeting would be at 11 o'clock. So at this point, it would be the right time for council to decide if they wish to recess the meeting, to reconvene at another time, or if they wish to continue going through the delegations and then considering the matter this evening. At this time, we have, I believe it's about 29 delegations that have not been heard. And I believe there's 9 that actually aren't actually in attendance for council's information.
Councillor Holman.
Hi, thanks for the mayor. First, I just wanted to mention that thank you, Linda, for your delegation. And I take pride in the fact that every document the applicant has sent and every letter that the community has sent, I have read. And I, for some reason, don't believe I have a copy of that one. It may just have been all the reading I've done over the last few days that I missed that. So I'm just wondering if the clerks can forward that. If it was a presentation this evening, so clearly we have it, but I would like to have that as well. And with that aside, I would be interested in suspending the meeting this evening and supporting that resolution that the clerk just stated to reconvene. I think it's important for us to just to echo CAO Chambers' comments at the beginning of the meeting. This is a vitally important meeting, and I don't think going into the wee hours of the morning leaves us at the end of hearing the delegations with the energy and thought that we need to do. So I would be interested in supporting that motion.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, before we go on to Councillor Gerber, I would just like to note that there are 2 options available to council to either start at 5 o'clock on April 11th, which would leave approximately 2 hours to hear the delegations and then consider the matter before the 7 o'clock April 11th meeting, or perhaps to start after the regular business of the meeting on April 11th, So those would be the options that staff would be presenting. As I said, there are approximately 29 to get through plus consideration. I see Councillor Gerber does have his hand up as well.
Councillor Gerber?
Yes, yeah, thank you through you, Mayor Armstrong. Yeah, I would also be in favor of suspending the meeting tonight. And I mean, we will not be able to start at 5 and be done by 7. I'm not sure what the rest of the agenda looks like for the 11th, but to me, the option would be to, I don't know, I'd have a meeting at 7 o'clock on the 11th, and this is the first item on the agenda. And if we don't get to the rest of the agenda on April 11th, then we get to the rest of the agenda the next time that we meet.
Very good.
But I know that I know starting at 5 is also inconvenient to a large number of people. So if our goal is to make sure that we're hearing everybody on this issue and discussing the issue in front of the same people that we've heard from over the last 2 meetings, if it's from 7 to 11 next Monday that happens, I think that's appropriate.
Very good. You wish to further comment, Councillor Holman?
Thank you through the mayor. Councillor Gerber kind of addressed what I wanted to address there as well, is that 5 o'clock isn't really, I don't think meets the needs of many of the members of the public. So I would be in support of either another special meeting or asking the CAO to connect with staff and see if everything on the 11th is necessary to have on the agenda at that time, or if the clerk wants to comment. I'm just worried that if we have 29 delegations plus appropriate time for council to debate, we're going to look at another meeting curfew again.
I kind of agree with that, but Councillor Fisher, you have a comment.
Yep. Through you, Mayor Armstrong, I'm in favor for sure of suspending tonight, and I'd be in favor of 7 o'clock start next Monday and see if we can wrap this up.
Very good. I think we did have a conversation about next Monday's meeting, and I think it is feasible to be able to do that and suspend whatever is there can be delayed, right? Go ahead, Ms. Meadows.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. So staff has prepared a draft resolution for council to consider. I believe CAO Chambers did have her hand up. Certainly, we will look at the agenda to ensure that the items going forward are what is required and have a time-sensitive need to it. The next meeting after would be April 25th. April 25th. So I will share my screen now so that council can see the draft resolution.
Yes, I just wanted to reaffirm that we will look at the planned agenda for the 11th and make some adjustments if required, and have motions prepared to defer the remaining items to April 25th if needed.
So we're looking at option 1. Yes. So if you would like to read the motion, please.
Yes, so the motion, draft motion is that the remaining delegations relative to zone change application 11/19 for Jackson Harvest Farms Ltd/IBI Group 1894 to 1922 Whitmer Road be deferred to the April 11th, 2022 council meeting following the scheduled township business, and that the applicant attend the council meeting on April 11th, 2022, so as to be able to respond to technical questions that council might have respecting zone change application 11/19 during their deliberations, and further, that no additional delegations be permitted to register to address council relative to zone change application 11/19 for Jackson Harvest Farms Limited /IBI Group 1894 to 1922 Whitmer Road on April 11th, 2022.
Okay, so Councillor Fanning, you have a comment?
Yeah, a couple things. One, have we, and I think maybe this was commented, but I just wanted to confirm, do we know if all of the delegations who were unable to present tonight are able to attend an April 11th meeting? And I believe this motion needs to be amended as per our discussion to indicate that we will put this first on the agenda on April 11th.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. So certainly what I'll do is I'll just kind of do a strike through part of it to address the placement on the agenda. That's certainly no problem if that's what council is intending. As to polling the remaining members or remaining delegations, no, we have not polled them. At this point in time, we didn't know what council was going to want to do, if they were going to continue on through the evening, or if in fact we were actually going to get through everything this evening. So no, we haven't polled everyone at this point in time. And I would say at this point, it would be logistically challenging to do so.
Oops, you have a follow-up, Councillor Fanning?
I do. So given that we don't know for sure if all the delegations will be able to attend, can we entertain some sort of provision to ensure that council is able to hear from everybody that we had registered for this evening's meeting? I don't know what that might look like if they have some sort of commitment that they can't attend. But I think, you know, it's imperative that we figure out how to ensure that we hear from them.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes, at this point, it may be challenging for us to determine that. And I think we do have to move forward with a schedule. You know, it is our hope that people will be able to attend and delegate. We do and have provided other options for people to present to council. I know you've received many written submissions as well. So, you know, in light of the amount of public engagement that we have offered, you know, I don't know what more we can offer at this point, and just very much hope that the delegations who registered and those who were not able to attend online tonight can take the opportunity to attend on the 11th.
Okay, thank you. So we have a change to the motion.
Excuse me, through you, Mayor Armstrong. At this point in time, nobody has actually moved the motion. At this point, we just have sort of a bit of a draft. I see Councillor Gerber has his hand up. I'm not sure to what effect, but that at this point, we haven't had a mover or a seconder.
Okay. Well, we'll allow Councillor Gerber to speak. Go ahead, Councillor Gerber.
Yeah, I was raising my hand to move the motion.
I can second that. It's Councillor Holman.
So we have a mover and a seconder. And now, all those in favor? Perfect, that is carried. Okay, so I now declare that we now recess until the 7th, the 11th, the 7th, 7 p.m. on the 11th. We're getting some 11 o'clock tongue going here, so unfortunately. So that's it. We are now under, you're now under suspension. Carry on.